Welcome, welcome. Good evening.
Hello, how are you this evening?
Outstanding. How are you doing, Salty?
Doing pretty good. I'm sitting outside. It's a little cool in Florida. I'm kind of cold. I can't take it.
Yeah, I bet. I had my son came up here during the hurricane, and it was in the 50s and 60s here, and he's like, this feels good." But he's from Indiana, so
Yeah, yeah,
he likes that cooler feel.
yeah. It's my youngest son does, and he's like a December baby. But that's what I tell him. You're just a December baby. I'm a June baby. I like it warm. But it's a nice evening though. So,
And you probably like the beach too, I bet.
oh, I am so about that beach. It's not even funny. Unfortunately, I haven't had a lot of time this year to get out there like I normally do, and I'm feeling it, but it'll be all right. I've been known to go out there in the dead of winter too. It don't matter to me.
Right, right.
Oh
The beach is always the beach. It's got that restoring effect.
my God, it's so restoring, and I'm not that far, so I need to get my tail out there soon. After this trial is over, I probably need like a week of it.
Right? I think we all do. We should all just go to the beach.
Right? Exactly. Like, who? What just happened? Yeah. My neighbor got lucky, and she found her a really nice patio set furniture because she bought that, and so she's like, "Do you want this? An outdoor glass table?" And because she knows I've lost two out here to thunderstorms. She lost a trampoline before in a thunderstorm out here. We've lost a trampoline. I've lost two outdoor tables, and so now I have a third one, and I'm like, this one ain't going nowhere. I want it under the pole barn. I'm sitting something heavy in the center because if we get a random thunderstorm, stuff just starts to flying around everywhere.
Right, right. Gonna have to
So
tie that down with sandbags or something.
I told my son I was going to get me some milk jugs and put cement in them and tie them to this table. He's like, "What?" I was like, I saw that. I saw a video about that stuff. I'm doing it. I told him we should have done that with the trampoline when they bought it last year, but he just never did it. And then, yeah, thunderstorm come up and it was gone. But so here we are again with some more documents, right?
Yeah, we do have some more documents, and guess what?
What?
I
What
hit
did I
the
miss?
go. I hit the go live button when we first started this time.
Oh, yay, good, because I was about to forget to remind you. Butterfly hasn't reminded us. Is she even here yet?
Yeah, she's here. Butterfly.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I shared it on the community page, so hopefully we'll get some people in, chill with us.
Yeah, and I also passed 100 subscribers, uh, either late yesterday or
Yay.
late today. Woohoo! Milestone.
Congrats. Exactly. You take it and you run with it and you'll continue to grow. I think between us we're cultivating a great little community, so we'll get there. It just takes
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I think when you know what your objective is, and your objective is about truth and justice,
Yeah.
and not choosing sides and picking sides and just being dramatic for the clicks and the likes and the 100 subscribers, I really do appreciate all the people that have subscribed, and I hope they don't unsubscribe when I say this, but I'm not about that. I'm not about the clicks and the likes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about cases, talking through theories like the one we had last night about Chadwell. Like,
Yeah.
let's talk it through. Let's see what we can figure out, and in the interest of justice and getting justice for Abby and Libby, and defendants need justice too. Like Richard Allen, he needs to be treated with all of the constitutional rights that he has, and
Yep.
I'm not sure that he has to this point, and there are a lot of people that believe that he has them.
He hasn't. I'll just go ahead and I'm right there with you. Because I agree with everything you just said. And that's what I like to do is just talk through the things and bring what we know based on, the things we do know and talk theories. But I can't choose sides right out of the gate like that. And even with this case, I've stated it, I don't know if Richard Allen's innocent or guilty, but the fact that his basic rights have been stripped away throughout the whole process is a problem. And people can't say that it's not, because it could happen to them. It could happen in another case that you do follow where you wouldn't want to see that happening. Um, so it's not okay for it to happen in one case and not be, not others. It's got to be
Right.
across the board.
Well,
Treat them all fairly.
yes, and well, there's a spectrum of guilt that we all believe from the outset. Like Stephen Stearns, I believe he's guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt in my mind. He's guilty.
Oh yeah,
Guilty, but he still do his constitutional rights.
exactly.
But I'm going to go on a live stream and I'm going to say I believe he's guilty and I believe he deserves the worst punishment that he can possibly get. But after a trial or a plea agreement, whatever happens.
Yeah.
And then you have Sarah Boone, and I believe that she's guilty of something beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
I don't know, does zipping up your boyfriend in a suitcase and not letting him out constitute second-degree murder? Possibly, I don't know. And I'm not on the jury. I'm not on the jury, so I don't have to decide that. But he was abusive. She was abusive. They were in a toxic relationship. So there are certain factors that the jury is probably going to be presented with there.
To consider.
I don't think she did herself a favor by hiring this latest attorney that she hired. He just did not make a great argument at the last hearing, and deciding to put her on the stand and have her testify, and the words that she spoke on the stand can and probably will be used against her at trial.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see how these different attorneys approach their cases, right? And what their arguments end up being with these cases. And I agree with you. Like with Stearns, it's kind of cut and dry. That CSAM, that it's on the phone. You can't deny that it's there. So only the strangest ones are going to come out and say, well, he may not be guilty. Well, we're not all Jennifer Soto. We see the black and white there. That case is totally different from like Delphi and Idaho and things of that nature. And I think it's I just like being open about the cases and working through the stuff. Like you said, that's the only way we're going to get anywhere. And I just, everybody can have their own opinions and all that's great, but I just can't come out and put my, all of my stuff in one fire and say, okay, I'm on this side or I'm on that side, because I don't feel that's right. You learn so much as the process goes along. You know what I mean? It could change your mind.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And that happened to me in the Delphi case, because when he was first arrested, I was like, that's Bridge guy. He's guilty. And then I was following Bob Mott at the time because of his Defense Diaries podcast and the John Wayne Gacy things that he was doing. I started listening to him and following him for that. And then he started talking about how Richard Allen may not be guilty and hasn't been afforded his constitutional rights. And at first I resisted it. Your mind, you have that cognitive dissonance going on where you've already made up your mind. But then if you have your mind open just a little bit, and that little bit of truth comes in there, that little bit of light comes in there, you're like, you know what? I'm not 100% sure anymore. I'm 75% sure. And then I'm 60% sure. And then now honestly, I'm maybe 20% sure, maybe 10% sure that he had anything to do with it.
I agree. And I'm right there with you, especially when when we heard of the arrest, you're like, okay, wow, they got someone, and he's got to be the guy. He's just got to be the guy. And then as things started to progress with the case, and I was also watching Bob and the Gacy stuff as well. And I was, I watched a few accounts on Twitter and I saw some things starting to get posted and I was like, So I started really paying attention. And then I was like, whoa, wait a second. Because I had been so deep in Idaho and I know how everybody felt over there in that case about Koberger's rights. That's all they wanted to scream about. Every right he had has been protected, right? But those same people that were screaming for his constitutional rights and demanding them didn't even know what was happening in Delphi to Richard Allen. I'm like, wait a minute, guys, look at this, because, Koberger's got his rights covered, but Allen doesn't. And there's a big difference, and just like you said, though, the case just snowballed. It seems like, and so many things have been done in the dark and strangely done, makes us have second thoughts and makes us, wonder. And even if he's guilty, throughout the process, he hasn't been given due process.
Yeah.
And if that's taken away from one individual and we're okay with it, that's not going to be okay in the long run, because it could happen to you. It could happen to any one of us.
Yeah.
Wrong
It
place,
could.
wrong time kind of thing, and you're done.
Yeah. Yeah. And like with Koberger, I mean, the starkest difference between how he's being treated and how Richard Allen is being treated is how they appear in court.
Yes.
And
Well,
these are just pre-trial hearings. It's not even the trial. And Koberger is allowed to show up clean shaven with his hair done in a nice suit with
yep.
no shackles or handcuffs. And Richard Allen appears in an orange jumpsuit, shackled, handcuffed,
And dirty.
and six deputies around him, 3 in front of him and 3 behind him, escorting him into the courtroom. And every time there's a break, you have to stay seated and wait for the 6 deputies to escort him back out of the courtroom before you're allowed to leave your seat and go. And you watch him literally paraded into that courtroom, shackled and handcuffed in an orange jumpsuit.
Yeah. And it didn't make any sense to me, because they were arrested a month apart. Richard Allen was arrested 1 month before Brian Koberger. But Richard Allen was already sent to prison by the time Koberger was arrested. Koberger has spent his entire time in the county jail with his vegan meals, with his suits, clean shaven, like you said. And that's fine. I don't have any problem with that. But if we're going to treat him that way, and we don't, if you watch any of those hearings, and Ann Taylor, his attorney, driving at home about how this is going to, taint a jury pool. Wow. What y'all done to Richard Allen, if you done it on purpose, hoping it would taint a jury pool? I mean, come on, it doesn't make any sense. And I get they're different states, but the U.S. Constitution is the U.S. Constitution. It doesn't see state border lines,
Exactly. Yes, it should apply equally to all pretrial defendants.
Yeah, it really should. And I understand wanting to put them in protective custody for whatever reasons you say, but maybe it's time to visit building yourselves a new jail to have accommodations for just that. I mean, crime isn't going anywhere. If you are in a community or a state where crime is on the rise, you better get busy. I mean, I just heard the other day they're probably going to close the Latah County Jail, where a Koberger was just transferred from. How it's in the basement of, their courthouse. It's falling apart and it's got all these problems. Well, y'all just need to build a new jail. Ours blew up, unfortunately. So our city had to build a new jail. And when I say blew up, something in the basement literally blew up. And luckily nobody was in this particular area. It's normally an area where you would sit with like your, what do you call those guys? The bail bondsman people. It's where you sit and talk to them. Well, when it blew up in the basement, it blew up that part of the building as well. But unfortunately, there wasn't anybody injured in that. But it took like 2 years for them to get a new county jail. And we had to farm people out to 2 other counties, and it was very costly. But crime ain't going nowhere. These criminals aren't going anywhere. So y'all need to start beefing up your facilities to handle these people.
Right. So here's a thing with Richard Allen's pretrial detention. So the original judge in this, before he recused himself, assigned that safekeeping order to send Richard Allen to state prison, to the Indiana Department of Corrections, pretrial, and in solitary confinement. And we're going to see some of that in some of these documents that dropped today. I think they talk about it a little bit, especially in like Dr. Walla's. And I haven't had a chance to go through them yet, so we'll go through them tonight. But he was assigned that safekeeping order. And then on August 1st, the very last thing that Judge Gold did was to rescind the safekeeping order and transfer custody of Richard Allen over to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office. And they knew it was happening because I looked over. I was standing next to 4 of those deputies that were responsible for his personal security coming in and out of the courtroom. And one of them pretended like he was really surprised, and it was so fake it was funny. Like I cracked up.
Really? That's
Yeah, because I looked at the one that was standing right next to me, and he's standing there stone faced, and I'm like, "Did you know that was going to happen?" And he didn't look at me. He didn't move a muscle, and you could tell that they were told what was going to happen, and to act like they didn't know it was coming, or just not give any reaction to it at all. But the one guy, the one deputy to his right, was like, his face went, "What?" And I was like, that is so fake. I think you knew it was coming down. You know it was coming down because she had to tell them. She had to tell Carroll County that he was being transferred back to their custody so they could be prepared for it, right?
yeah.
But
Yeah.
nothing has happened to him since then. That was 2 months ago, almost 2.5 months ago, and he's been just fine.
I was about to say, right, he has been just fine. So what was the big concern about to start with? Was it really because y'all were concerned with his safety from the other inmates, or were you, I mean, I'm assuming that's what it was, but come on. I mean, Alan's accused of a horrific crime, but so is Brian Koberger.
Yes.
The only difference is these were teenage girls and these were 4 young adults. It's just as horrible. What went down in that King Roadhouse was not a pretty sight, no more than what happened to the girls in the woods were. And every case is going to be completely different and have their different elements, but you and I understand, you because when I first started looking at Richard Allen's case the way I have been and realizing there's things going on here, you almost feel like, wow, am I gonna, I don't want to come out and say this guy's not, and not guilty and all these things, but common sense tells you what we're seeing shouldn't even be happening, especially if the state's so sure they have their man, and then turn the defense is sure they can get reasonable doubt in there. Let them do it and let's fight it out in court. Don't take everything away. That's because I just look at. And when I look at the Allen case, I can't help but think of the Koberger case and see what all his attorney was able to accomplish and get done and where she's going with everything. And then I see what's going on over there. These attorneys in Delphi fighting hard just to get listened to, just to be heard. And they're not heard half the time. And it's such a stark difference. It blows my mind.
It is. It is, and it does.
Let's see.
All right, let's start looking at these documents. Which one do we want to look at first?
I think the first one that I saw come down today. Oh shit! Loud truck passing. Hold on. Big tires.
That's all right. I've got half of a band practicing in my house today, so you might hear some bass and some electric guitar in my background from time to time.
I might bust out the song. What they playing?
They're a little heavy metalish. Like
Dude, when I in the 80s, I was the queen of heavy metal. You just don't even know. I got Tommy Lee's drumsticks. To this day, I still got it.
No way. That's awesome.
I got 3 different drumsticks, but my favorite one is Tommy Lee's. Yeah.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah. It was a good time. That was a good night.
I don't want to hear any stories about the tour bus.
How did you know I was on the? No, I was. Actually, I had a friend that I met at our Coliseum, and I think he was from like New Zealand, and he had my number. But every time it was a roadie, so every time he came to town with bands, I got a call, and shit, we were backstage partying all the time. It was fun.
Yeah.
It was good times.
The 80s was the party band era. Like,
oh yeah. Definitely. But I think the first one of these docs I saw drop today was the Motion and Lemony.
Okay.
And then it came down. Then the next one I think that I saw was the Walla, and then the Motion to Incorporate Evidence. It's the 3 that I saw come down today. Is that the 3 you talking about as well?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think I've got it this time. Here's the Motion and Lemony. Sure.
Yeah.
Boom! I got it. Look at that.
Awesome sauce.
All All right, so we'll go down and read it. Feel free to interrupt me at any time because this is dry reading. Motion in limine. The defendant, Richard Allen, by counsel Bradley Rosie, moves the court as follows. Defendant Allen is charged with 2 separate counts of felony murder pursuant to Indiana Code 3542.112. Defendant Allen has reason to believe that the state of Indiana may seek to admit at the trial of this cause testimony from various prison guards, inmates, law enforcement officers, and possibly the testimony of other Indiana Department of Corrections staff members as to defendant Allen's mental state during his detention at the Westville Correctional Facility. And credit to Dizzy from Seeking Justice. Thank you very much for these documents, by the way. I want to make sure she gets credit for this.
Yeah.
She's always on the spot. Like she must have like a direct connection to some of these county clerk's offices. Whereas I have to drive 3 hours one way and 3 hours the other way to get some of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easier.
I saw them drop on Twitter earlier. Is the set first place I saw them as well. On my laptop, I've got them pulled up on Sleuthy's spreadsheet. She went ahead and added the earlier today. She only had 2 added in, but she's got all 3 added in now. So I got it pulled up so I can actually see it on my phone when I'm on my phone in the stream. So I got my tablet out or my laptop out so I could see because I can't see it on my phone.
Okay, carrying on. Possibly the testimony of other Indiana Department of Corrections staff members as to defendant Allen's mental state during his detention at the Westville Correctional Facility and Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. The defense believes the state's offering of said testimony will be driven by their desire to use said guards, inmates, administrators, and law enforcement officers to establish the veracity of alleged incriminating statements made by defendant Allen. We know about those 61 alleged confessions.
Yeah.
The specific individuals have been identified on both the state's witness list and the defense witness list, which were exchanged between the parties prior to the filing of the motion. The defense desires not to list each and every witness in this motion so as to maintain some confidentiality, taking into consideration the public interest in this case and the forthcoming trial. The defense will offer up the names of said witnesses at a hearing on this motion or upon request by the court, whichever applies. Defendant Allen believes that such testimony would violate Rule 701 of the Indiana Rules of Evidence. The witnesses do not have sufficient life experiences. Ooh, that's interesting. He's citing life experiences that would permit making a judgment as to the mental state of the defendant Allen on the dates and times in question or on the date and time before or after Richard Allen's arrest. Do not have sufficient life experiences. That's weird that they cite life experiences as opposed to like some type of medical background or psychological background or counseling background. He's citing life experiences here, and that's interesting.
That is very interesting because I'm like you. I just kind of skimmed over a couple of these docs earlier, and then I got busy doing some things, and I haven't really read through them either yet. So I'm reading them along with you. That's a little weird. Which witness is they referring to though when he says this?
Well, I think we saw some yesterday. Well, it was inmates that were in the motions of transport, weren't they? So they weren't staff members. They were inmates yesterday.
Yeah.
So, but citing life experiences as a reason to disqualify them is a really odd way to go about it to me.
And at a hearing, the trial starts Monday, Mr. Attorney. I don't know if you're going to get a hearing. Well, they already know they're probably not going to get any hearings. This lady had a goal anyway, so maybe that was just thrown in there for good measure. But yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. But well, so I might argue that I'm not a psychological expert. I'm not a psychiatrist, psychologist, counselor. I have no official formal training in mental states, but I have life experiences where I can judge you based on my life experiences, not judge you personally, but I can interact with you and I can get some idea of your mental state. Like I know when people are depressed for the most part. I mean, a lot of people are good at hiding it, but when they don't hide it, I can look at you and I can see your actions and I can look at your face and I can, judge our interactions. And I can say, based on my life experiences, I think you might be suffering from some mental status, but
Yeah.
that goes to the negative side of that. That tells me that you are experiencing some type of a mental health issue, but it doesn't tell me if I don't see evidence of that, I cannot judge you based on my interaction that you're not having some type of mental health crisis. So if the state's calling these people and they're calling these people to say, oh no, his mental health was fine, which is obviously going to be the state's argument, then yes, your life experience cannot tell you when somebody is not having a mental health crisis. They could be covering it up, or they could be muting it, or they could be shielding it or disguising it in some way.
Well, maybe they're talking about like the other inmates that the state's planning to bring in. And how would they be able to testify to Rick Allen's mental state? Because they aren't professionals. They're just like guys that were there, like you said. You know what I mean?
Yes,
But
and inmates are actually listed. And if we go up to paragraph 2, it does say testimony from prison guards, inmates, law enforcement officers, and IDOC staff. So yes, inmates are specifically listed in there. You're right.
yeah,
Okay.
maybe there's a method to their madness after all.
Paragraph 5, said testimony would violate Rule 702 of the Indiana Rules of Evidence, as the prison guards, inmates, law enforcement officials, and some of the administrators have no expertise in the field of mental health, agreed, and therefore are not qualified to draw such conclusions, agreed. Paragraph 6, said testimony violates Rule 704 of the Indiana Rules of Evidence, as the testimony amounts to the witness drawing an opinion on the ultimate issue, i.e., whether or not the witness believes the defendant Allen is guilty of the charged allegations. That's a sticky wicket right there, because if he confessed to you, can you not testify that I believe he's guilty because he told me he's guilty? I think they're kind of saying right there. So I don't think paragraph 6 is going to hold any water with gall. And I don't know if it would me as a juror.
Well, if I'm the defense attorney, I'm gonna go ahead and put these inmates on the stand, and I'm gonna need you to talk about, what you're gonna describe as mental state. They can't, unless these inmates were forced into saying specific, certain things. And they're not experts on mental health. Tell me what was going on with this guy when he talked to you and made these confessions and different things. There's just, how come the state's allowed to bring these people in to testify as to the condition of Rick Allen, but they're not wanting the defense to bring in anybody to oppose that, or to talk different. And I want to real quick, hi Rebecca. I can't type when I'm on my phone and chat. It won't let me join the chat. So hi. Yeah, this
Yes, thanks for joining us, Rebecca. All right, paragraph 7. So that was 6, right? Yes. Paragraph 7. Finally, said testimony would also violate Rule 403 of the Indiana Rules of Evidence, as it tends to be confusing and misleading to the jury due to the lack of expertise in the field of mental health with regard to any of the referenced witnesses. Bingo, I agree with that. And what's funny is they use the word confusing and misleading, which is I believe the terminology she used when she granted the state's motion in limine to not allow third-party witness evidence in of the Odinist, et cetera, et cetera. She said it could be confusing and misleading to the jury. So he's using her own words against her right here. I think
that's cool. That's good. Yeah. I mean, and if you look, even if you bring in, the other guards and things of that nature from the prison, they aren't mental health experts either. They're prison guards. They're not medically trained to really go in all in on his mental health condition. They can get up there and describe to you what they saw, but they can't really testify as to his mental state. They're not experts at it. We need to hear from medical experts on the the issues of being confined as long as he was, you know.
Right,
And
right. And who was that? That was Dr. Walla.
and we have a filing about her too.
Yes, let's read paragraph 8 before we slide over to
Yeah.
Dr. Wallace. Finally, paragraph 8: such evidence is not necessary for a full and fair determination of the facts in this cause. So that's a tough one also in my mind, just as a regular Joe Schmo. That's why that's my name, because the facts of the case are: was he at this? Can he be put at the scene of the crime, and can he be proven beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed the crimes? So his mental state when he did the confessions, yes, is not necessary for a full and fair determination of the facts. But there's going to be an argument during the jury trial when the state brings out his confessions as evidence. So it will be, so some of that evidence will be necessary to be reviewed, and but I would argue that it should not be argued in front of the jury. I think it should be a separate motion, and we've already kind of had motions to that effect. I mean, good grief,
Yeah.
July 30th, 31st, and August 1st was full of all kinds of this stuff. And
Well, by the time you get to the point where the trial's about to start, you're literally about to have jury selection within 2 days. You know, all your witness list should be turned in already, and everything should be set and ready to go. But they've had to battle just to get their witnesses heard, you know. And so, yeah, they're going to go after the state's witnesses as well, because why not? You went after ours, and ours were legit professionals, you know. And these are the guards. And I understand they're necessary to an extent, but I don't know if I can believe these inmates, you know, not saying they're going to lie, but they're inmates, you know, and we all know that inmates can, in many different cases, sometimes they are able to bring things to the table they were told by other inmates, and sometimes they flat out lie about what they were told just to see if it will benefit them in the long run. So,
right,
you know,
just to curry
it's just
favor with the court, curry favor with the guards,
yeah.
Which is kind of backwards, because you always hear that inmates, you know, snitches end up in ditches, you know. So why were these quote unquote suicide watch inmates allowed to quote unquote snitch on him? It boggles my mind, because you know, if you're that person, if you're snitching on another inmate, then you should be looked down upon. But these were actually treated with favor, and they were given special privileges and all kinds of crazy stuff.
And that's why. And if you go back and look at the fact that these guards were wearing these patches, you have to wonder how intertwined they were with these inmates. What, you know, I can bring you, we all know things can come into prisons. They get smuggled in constantly. And I'm not saying that's happened over there, but do me a favor, I'll do you a favor, you know. I
Or
can bring
maybe
you a
they're,
burner phone. They can
yeah,
sneak in a damn burner. I mean, we've watched movies, you know, I've seen actual real cases where, and there's a lot of cases out there, including in Indiana, because I've researched it, where these prison guards, there was a one particular one. She was a lady. She had been smuggling stuff in forever. They will smuggle in phones, the drugs, the cigarettes, whatever, you know. And that's how they gain control.
yeah,
And it's that, what can I do for you? You do for me. You know, scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of thing. So I don't trust inmate testimony. I never really have in any of the cases I follow. I'm willing to listen, but that don't mean I'm going to believe you.
right. And then it's up to the jury to decide if they believe him.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And then you have Shane Meehan, who was a corrections officer who killed who was it that he murdered?
Greg Ferenczi, the
Yes.
FBI agent that was working the case along with Todd Click,
Yes.
and Murphy, I believe it was. They were the three that were investigating the Odenism angle. And during that investigation, that's when Ferenczi was murdered, and he was murdered by somebody who was a former Indiana prison guard. And I thought, man, that is just another crazy injection into this case. I mean, how much crazier can you get?
I don't believe in coincidences. I do not.
I know, and everybody says that with true crime. We don't believe in. And so I was like, well, coincidences do happen, like in real life. But then I got with this case, it's like, oh, come on. There's just way too many quote unquote coincidences happening, and it just feels strange,
Yeah.
and the fact that when I found out, if the guy hadn't been a former correctional officer, maybe I wouldn't have thought twice about it, because come on, these guys probably have targets on them all the time, for different various things. They investigate a lot of cases. But when I heard that part, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Because I knew he was investigating that, And then when you go to the fast forward to the leak that occurred, and the middleman of all that also unalived himself, it's like, my goodness, this case is just, it took on a life of its own.
Yeah.
And I'm going to blame the state of Indiana for most of that, with the way they've acted and treated the case and treated everybody who wanted to know about it. It's like with Diener coming out the minute he got the case and was like, oh, the public bloodlust. And I'm like, really, dude? The guy just got arrested. None of us know anything. What are you talking about? You're scared and everybody's coming after you all of a sudden. We just want the PCA, let us read it. And y'all didn't even want to do that. You made it a big deal and you kept it secret, and all this stuff had to go to court to get you to unseal the PCA. Like, why? Was what happened out there so terrifying and tragic? You don't want to scare the general public that this is a real thing and it happens all across the country, probably. Shoot, we just heard a story out of Kentucky today. Did you see that link that we dropped in the Discord? Oh,
yeah.
man. So if people think this stuff can't happen, I'm going to present that story. I was like, I couldn't believe it I couldn't help myself. I jumped on a map. How far is it from here? And how far is it from there?
Indiana and Kentucky are very close. Yes, they are.
Yeah. I think between Delphi and that location was 4 hours butterfly, if I'm not mistaken. And I think from Bill and Peggy Stevenson's place in Kentucky, it was like I think it was an hour. I don't have to go back and look again, but yeah, like, man, this stuff really does.
Rushville, Indiana is even closer to Kentucky because that's on the east side of Indy. So,
oh, okay,
a whole lot.
Right. Well, yeah, we know what happens in Rushville.
Elvis Fields does not get taken into the police station to be examined and further questioned about why his DNA might appear on one of the girls' bodies. That's what doesn't happen in Rushville.
This is true.
So disappointing. And Murphy admitted that was a big mistake, and he was definitely broken up about it. And I felt for the guy. He cried on the stand. I mean, but it was a mistake that cannot ever be undone. And Judge Gold won't allow it to be undone because she said you can't talk about him in the trial. You can't talk about Elvis Fields in the trial. You can't talk about Patrick Westphal. You can't talk about.
Yeah, she's keeping all that out.
Brad.
And
yep.
So if Holman got that upset because they, didn't do, still, you could still go back and talk to this guy if you felt like it was that bad of a.
It was Murphy. I think it was Murphy, not Holman.
Yeah.
Holman only testified for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And he testified, oh, yeah, those 2 sketches. I always thought those 2 sketches were one guy. Really, dude? Really?
They need to quit it with that. Quit trying to think we're not smart enough to figure that out. Because I was going through this afternoon, I went back through, I've been doing it for a couple of days, but today I sat down and I was really going back through a lot of the old Delphi stuff I had. And, and I see the clips that I've got and where they talk about, don't be so sure that voice you hear guys down the hill is the actual person in the video. Like, why do they continue to say that? And that's going into a video that I'm editing tonight. When I get off of here, I'm going to finish. Well, I'm going to work on it some more. But that piece is going in there because I'm like, it's going to show the inconsistencies with this case brought to us by the officials from the case. Do you know what I mean? It's like you guys are the ones that put this out and put that out, and then we're like, what? You keep changing your mind and you're wishy-washy about it, and you got Doug over there with the merging hands and isn't that amazing and all that stuff, and you got this guy over here saying don't think the voice in the video could be the same, and it's like y'all need to get together in a war room and hash it out and come up with a plan and come out and tell us what you want us to hear, because you've said different things at different times and you backtrack sometimes, and it doesn't make any sense.
It does not. It does not. So we can dive into Dr. Walla now, because she was there, and she is qualified to judge his mental state. But she also was caught following a social media account and commenting on a social media account about this case, right? Didn't she go and do some research on her own while she was treating him?
Yes, I think that was what it was. It was, I know she was in a Facebook, and she was allegedly commenting in the Facebook group, but I thought they'd said that was before she was actually put on his case, but I could be wrong about that.
No,
I really don't.
That could be too. That could be too.
I'd have to go back and review the gist on that, but yeah, she was, and I haven't read through this filing yet, and there was some talk on Twitter earlier, and I didn't go back and finish the reading as I was in the middle of trying to get dinner. But apparently Miss Walla has been fired.
Yes, so that's what this motion says. We're going to find that out now. Well, I don't know about being fired. She's no longer employed by the psychological services subcontractor. So that's what this motion right here says.
Okay,
so
cool.
Verified motion for certificate of appearance regarding out-of-state witness. Comes now Bradley Rosie, counsel for defendant Richard M. Allen, pursuant to Indiana Code 3755, and respectfully request that this court issue a certificate of appearance, kind of like a subpoena, right, under the seal of the court, directing material witness Dr. Monica Walla to appear and testify at the jury trial in this cause. In support of said motion, Attorney Rosie swears and affirms as follows. 1. The jury trial in this matter is set to commence on Monday, October 14th, 2024 at 9 a.m. Gee, minute, Christmas, that's only 2.5 days away. Like exactly 2.5 days away. That's crazy.
It is crazy.
By direction of the court, opening arguments will begin on Friday, October 18th. So they're going to do jury trial throughout the week and then opening arguments on the 18th. Okay. Now, I didn't know that. Now I do.
Yeah, I didn't realize that either. That's good to know.
While awaiting trial, defendant Allen was detained for a period greater than 1 year in the Westville Correctional Facility Maximum Security Segregation Unit, pursuant to a safekeeping order issued by the Honorable Judge Benjamin Diener, Honorable with a capital H, okay, on 3rd day of November 2022. Pursuant to said order, custody of defendant Allen was transferred to the Indiana Department of Corrections while defendant Allen awaited trial. Pretrial detention, we're going to IDOC, okay. Thank you, Mr. Diener. Thank you, Honorable Judge Diener.
Yeah, the guy, I don't know, he did that and then he bailed out on the case. I'm scared. Yes. I go, what are you so scared of?
Right.
Social media?
While at that facility, defendant Allen was assigned to psychologist Dr. Monica Walla, who was at the time employed by Indiana Department of Corrections, third-party mental health provider Centurion. On or about July 31st, 2024, so that was the second day of the hearings, Dr. Walla remained employed at Centurion and testified at pretrial hearings in this cause. Paragraph 6, in the days following her testimony, Dr. Walla was issued a gate disclosure by the Indiana Department of Corrections, and it is believed that Dr. Walla is no longer employed with Centurion. The defense just recently became aware of said gate disclosure and apparent termination of employment with Centurion. So termination we don't know what is the nature of the termination, with or without cause, and who initiated that termination.
Well, what is gate disclosure?
I have no idea. Maybe she's not allowed into the facility anymore. Maybe.
Well, I don't know. It's disclosure, like you sign an NDA or whatever. I don't know if I have to look that up. Gate disclosure. That's crazy. And the apparent, so who terminated her? Centurion? Centurion?
We don't know. Yeah, we don't know based on this if it was with or without cause and who initiated the termination. It could have been. And then Indiana is an at-will state, so you can terminate somebody with or without cause, and you can leave your employment with or without cause. And neither party needs to disclose that to the public.
Whoa. So Centurion's saying they don't have to comply with the subpoena because she's no longer employed there.
Correct. Paragraph 7.
Oh, no.
Centurion's legal representative, Attorney Robert Brandt, did communicate to Attorney Rosie via email on September 18th, so 3 weeks ago, that he no longer represents Dr. Walla and cannot accept service for any subpoena or other documents directed to her. Well, could they not also subpoena the company records and files?
Exactly, because whatever work she did would be kept there on the files, and that sounds really fishy to me. I'm sorry, that's like the icing on the cake. Who had this woman removed from her job to the point where now you're going to say we don't have to honor your subpoenas because she no longer works here? That don't matter. She was still the doctor who treated him, so I'll just go seek her out privately then.
Well, okay? So here's the Mexican standoff part of this. What if they subpoena records for her treatment of Richard Allen from the company, and the company says those are privileged records? That is the exact opposite of what she said when she testified, that she could disclose things that Richard Allen told her because they were an exception to the confidentiality.
Right.
So she's going to claim that what he told her was an exception to the confidentiality, and then the company that employed her is going to turn around and say, "Oh no, those are confidential records." You can't. Can you have it both ways?
But Rick Allen, they're Rick Allen's medical records. All he has to do is sign.
Ooh.
And someone can get it
to sign a waiver. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, my medical records are my medical records. I get HIPAA and all that, but I had to sign for one doctor's office to share with another, right?
That's true. Yes.
So all Rick Allen should have to do is sign a document saying you can go ahead and release my medical records. They're mine. They're not the state of Indiana's.
Right.
I don't like that at all. I don't like this at all right here.
No, that's true. And I wonder if they've done that. I wonder if they have filed a subpoena for his records from Centurion.
Yeah, I mean, they're his.
You shouldn't just be relying on Dr. Walla's testimony, because they did call her to testify. She did testify, and she believes that what he told her when he confessed to her is an exception to the confidentiality. But they have records on file at those offices of Centurion. So all he should have to do is file a release to have them released to his attorneys.
Exactly.
Very good point. Very good point. That reminds me. So I was in a car accident one time back in 2017 and had to get treatment after the car accident. And as a result of the claim against the insurance company, I had to release those records of treatment to the insurance company so they could verify the treatment and pay off.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So anytime we go to the doctor or any healthcare, those records are ours, in the end. Nobody has say-so over them. That's why the HIPAA laws exist, is we can protect our own medical records. Of course, subpoenas come into play. That's going to be different, but I don't care. Rick Allen should be able to sign something and say, give up my records, especially if they can, and then they can take her records and her notes, and they can even have another doctor review them if they wanted to.
Yeah.
It's totally up to the individual. You have a right to a second opinion, but then again, you're taking away every right Richard Allen has. So I wouldn't be surprised if she wouldn't honor them, but still, that's his records. He should be able to sign something and get them, regardless of whether or not she works there anymore or not.
Exactly. From the company, not from her, but from the company. The
Right.
company should
Right.
have a record of those on file. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. It's just
Yep.
strange stuff. But that's Indiana for you. I just realized Rebecca said she lives right outside of Kokomo. We got two of you Indiana people in the house.
my my aunt, when I was little, used to call me Joe Blow from Kokomo. So
I love
now I'm Joe Schmo, not from Kokomo.
my son's best friend, his mom recently moved to Indiana. I guess her other sister lives there or something. And his grandma has been in not a nursing home, but a retirement facility. So she's just decided that she also is moving to Indiana now. I was like, oh, okay. Well, he's like, I'm not going. I'm staying here. I was like, oh, I've heard some strange things about that place. I wouldn't go neither. You better be good if you do go. Don't get in trouble. That's like going to Mexico and getting in trouble. You don't want to do it.
I don't know if it's all that bad, but yeah. Be
Hey,
careful.
can't be worse than Florida man. I got stuck with Florida man. You guys got stuck with crazy laws.
Oh my goodness, that guy that was on his air mattress floating in the floodwaters was priceless. Florida
Oh
man
man. Yeah.
in the Hurricane Milton floodwaters.
There was a kid. I was a kid on his boogie board surfing down the street. Somebody was on the back of the truck, and they were, had the rope out, and they were pulling him. And he's just getting down the street, and they got pulled over. It happens. We see all kind of crazy stuff after hurricanes. And they got nothing else to do. They're bored. Everything's tore up around them. Let them have a little bit of fun.
Right.
If they get hurt, they'll stop.
Now they've got the rivers down in Hillsborough County flooding.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of today of updates, and there's a lot of flooding still happening.
Yeah,
A lot of different places, and
the rivers.
it takes those rivers a time to crest, though, right?
Do what?
It takes the rivers a minute to crest.
Yes,
Like
they're
after
right.
here, yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They're still rising in Hillsborough County, so they've issued actually evacuation orders for the low-lying areas, and warnings like don't drive through flooded streets and all of that stuff.
Yeah, we have a river here that's very prone to rising a lot during the hurricanes. And when that river crests, it's always a few days after the storm has passed. When that thing crests, the Shoal River will leave its banks and it's coming, and it can flood really, really bad. So there's still a lot left to deal with this storm and the past two storms, and being a Florida native, I still feel for all of them. So all the efforts out there.
Yes. All right. Paragraph 8. Defendant Allen's attorneys believe, but are not certain, that Dr. Walla, I'm going to guess redacted, lives out of state at such and such address.
Oh, well, okay. So here's the thing about that. And I did get this much on Twitter. This was not filed under seal, and they legit put her address out there. So the people who noticed it, like Dizzy Sleuthy, they redacted it to take her address out of there.
That's
like no shit.
But okay, Indiana, once again, lovely Indiana. Indiana's redaction law only applies to juveniles and social security numbers.
Right. Well, you see all the stuff that's been said in the Stearns case and the Florida discovery dumps. I mean, people's first names, last names, it's crazy. But yeah, her actual home address was there. Actually, the one I'm looking at is not redacted, but I know Dizzy did redact hers. I saw her do that on Twitter or talk about it on Twitter.
So
but the one I'm looking at,
just tell me a state. Just give me the state. I don't want to know the address. I just want to know the state.
Illinois.
Okay, she didn't go far.
Want the city?
I'm going to, let's see, where's the University of Illinois? That's Bloomington, Illinois. I'm going to guess the middle of the state, not Chicago.
It's not Chicago, but I've never heard of it, so I couldn't tell you where it's at.
All right, I would do. Yes, I want to know the city.
Norridge, Norridge, Norridge.
That sounds like a suburb of Chicago, but I'm going to have to look it up now because you mentioned.
Yeah, and Chicago. That's not really far from there. I mean, 'cause I know Mata is over in Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a northwest suburb of Chicago. There we go.
Okay.
She may actually now be neighbors with Bob Mata. You never know.
Oh, you never know. Well, wouldn't that be interesting? Damn. I'm just sending Allie out to do some recon. Allie, look out the windows, man. What do you see? She'd do it.
She has to go chase their dog from time to time, so maybe they'll run into each other. She's finding the dog.
I'm a huge fan of Allie. I like Allie.
I do too.
She's laid back.
Fantastic. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. She tolerates a lot.
Doesn't she? She does. She's a champ.
Therefore, defendant Allen desires to secure the appearance and testimony of Dr. Walla, an out-of-state witness. So, okay, my point was going to be she felt the need to leave the state. She's like, I'm done. Screw this. Screw the state of Indiana. Screw the Indiana Department of Corrections. I'm out of here.
Peace out.
Yep. Defendant Allen believes that Dr. Walla is a material witness in this case for the following reasons. Dr. Walla was assigned to Richard Allen as his treating psychologist while he was incarcerated at the Westville Correctional Facility for over 1 year. Dr. Walla met with Richard Allen on numerous occasions during his stay at Westville, nearly all of which were intended to address and monitor the state of Richard Allen's mental health. Okay, so here we have a qualified mental health expert. Nearly all of communications between Dr. Walla and defendant Allen occurred in a confidential and privileged therapeutic sessions. Agreed. These should have been confidential and privileged.
Yeah.
The state intends to introduce as evidence in this trial incriminating statements made by Richard Allen while incarcerated at Westville. The defendant intends to prove that incriminating statements made by defendant Allen were involuntary and resulted from the conditions surrounding his incarceration. So let's talk about that just for a second.
Okay.
Because he was in solitary confinement for 4 months. When the Indiana Department of Corrections own standards say 30 days max is how long a prisoner should be incarcerated in solitary confinement. 30 days max. He was there 4 times that.
And I don't know, how did they think that he could serve, that was going to be okay? And how come they haven't had a penalty for that? Like, if that's really what the law says, 30 days max is to say,
well, it's not a law. It's not a law. It's Department of Corrections standards. It's their internal policy on it. So it's not a law.
Well, they're violating their own policy, which
yes, 100%
could be open for a lawsuit. Kathy Allen, if you're listening.
Well, if somebody files a lawsuit and Richard Allen gets found guilty, it's going to kind of be a moot lawsuit, True.
I guess you can wait. Let's see what happens. I'm sitting on go ready to file some papers.
But their own policy says no more than 30 days, and that's for people who are convicted already. That has nothing to do with pretrial detention. Indiana Department of Corrections probably doesn't even have a policy on pretrial detentions. Honestly,
probably not.
No, because they're not usually supposed to keep somebody in pretrial detention for months or years. Like they probably haven't even written a policy on it. But even if you're convicted of a misdemeanor, the most you should spend incarcerated is in solitary is 30 days. And there was actually a lawsuit by somebody who was kept in solitary confinement for 2 years and won his lawsuit.
Well, I was going to say, there's probably countless people who are kept in longer than that 30 days. Because
in Indiana there are because they violate their own policy.
Exactly. And if you're already convicted and sent to prison, you probably don't have an active attorney unless you're going through an appeals process. So nobody's watching out for you except maybe your loved ones, right? And some of the people in prison don't even have loved ones. So it's very easy for them to get away with a lot of things in those prisons, even sticking you in solitary way longer than you should be,
Right.
especially if nobody's looking. Or if they think nobody's looking. So it can't be just Richard Allen they've done this to. It's upsetting because I get there's very, very bad people in this world that do very horrific things. But if we're going to not do the eye for an eye thing and we're going to treat them with humanity and afford them their rights, you can't be sticking them in solitary longer than they need to be or should be. That's ridiculous. You're in the wrong business if that's like a doctor saying, oh, well, this would really help you, but I'm not in the mood to do it. It's like, what? You took an oath to help. So it's checks and balances almost, in my opinion, because there's with as many guilty people as there are in prison, unfortunately, there are just as many innocent people sitting in prison. Like the legit innocent people. We see that happen all the time. 30 years have went by and new DNA test or new
Just
suspect or
we just
whatever, and
we just saw one put to death that people believe was innocent. We just saw one put to death. Do you remember what state that was? It was like Iowa or something. I don't remember, but there were a lot of
no,
people out there saying that guy was innocent or not guilty.
the last one I know about, wait, there was the one guy that was, but there was that Jeremy Best guy over there in Idaho. He was like their longest serving death row inmate. And so what was it, like 2 months ago, they tried to do the death penalty and with lethal injection and his veins continued to collapse. So they had to stop.
Marcellus Williams
I
in
don't think
Missouri.
I heard of that case.
That was in September. So that was last month. Marcellus Williams in Missouri was convicted of a stabbing death in 1998, and there are a lot of people that feel like he was not guilty.
Well, but I wonder, did he file a lot of appeals and lose them?
Yes. Yep.
Mm,
And there were a lot of prisoners' rights groups that filed appeals on his behalf and
yeah,
filed for a what do they call it from the governor, a stay of execution.
yeah. Mm.
But Marcellus Williams is believed by a lot of people to there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime, none.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the prosecuting attorney acknowledged there were errors made during the trial.
There's a lot of that out there, unfortunately. We can sit here and try to pretend that everybody in prison deserves to be there and they're all bad guys, but honestly, there are some really innocent people sitting in prisons. And the things that happen to them inside those prison walls can be very devastating to people. There's
Yeah.
a lot of things that goes on in prisons we don't want to know about.
Yep. And
Mm,
even jails, not just prisons, even local lockups.
you're
So
right.
I did an informal interview this week with somebody who is in local lockup here in Tippecanoe County around the time of this Richard Allen, or around the time of the murders of Abby and Libby. So 2017. And he spent 2 weeks in solitary confinement in local lockup, not even in state solitary confinement, in Tippecanoe County Jail solitary confinement. 2 weeks was all he spent in there. And he said he was absolutely going nuts by the end of 2 weeks. He was punching the walls and talking to himself and doing all kinds of crazy behaviors after just 2 weeks in solitary confinement. And he absolutely would have, after 4 months, confessed 61 times to anything to get out of solitary confinement.
That's crazy. The girl I spoke with, they call it the hole. Like if you get in trouble, they'll put you in the hole. I'm like, well, what's the hole? Okay, it's like a solitary confinement room they have. And there was a lady that was convicted of growing marijuana. It was before Florida became legal medical marijuana. It was right around the same time, actually. Well, she was growing and distributing to cancer patients. And so she got in trouble. and she was in the county jail, but she had a walker, she had a handicap. So she chose and asked them to let her do her time alone in solitary confinement, and they let her. And the girls, and I said, well, did you ever see this lady and talk to her? She's like, yeah. She's like, if they kept her in the infirmary, because that was the only place to house her long term. And she said, if I ever, this girl had like some medical issues or something, so she would go down to the infirmary all the time. I don't know, she just liked going down there or what it was. And she's like, yeah, I would see her then and talk to her. But that's where she preferred to do her. I think she had 18 months to do. But I don't know, man. When you're alone like that, and I'm the kind of person who I love my alone time. If I don't get enough of it, I feel it, and people around me will probably feel it. Like I crave it sometimes, but also after a while, I'm like, oh, I could talk to somebody if somebody come walking up right now. You know what I mean?
Yes. Absolutely.
But to be forced into it, and you don't have a window to look out, you're not getting out for fresh air, you're not getting out for your exercise. It's like the mind game stuff, and you can only mind over matter it for so long.
If you are, it's 1 hour a day. That's 1/24.
Yeah.
You get
and that's you can only mind over matter stuff for so long. Even the strongest mind can only mind over matter stuff for so long before you break.
So I'm trying to get this guy on for a formal interview online, and I'll let you know if I ever talk him into it. But it will definitely be anonymously, because he knows a little bit about the white supremacy groups and jails, which are obviously related to the Carroll County white supremacy groups. I mean, we're right next to each other, Carroll and Tippecanoe County. There were a lot of the inmates that had their theories about what happened to Abby and Libby, and he's just kind of reluctant to talk about it, publicly, but I'm trying to talk him into
I'm sure.
Anonymously. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's just so much around this. People who do have things to say that are afraid to say it. Not like he's scared and terrified, but just he doesn't want repercussions or doxed and different things happening,
Right. And he actually knows Libby's sister, and he is friends with Libby's sister. So that also kind of puts up an extra barrier for him to be like, I really don't know if I want to publicly talk about this.
Yeah, I understand. And because I'm a little protective of Kelsey, because I've seen bad things said, and it's uncalled for. It's truly uncalled for. And anytime the families get bashed, there are legit cases out there. Okay, Stearns, Jennifer Soto. We hear of parents doing horrible things to their children all the time, or family members harming family members or whatever. But you can't go after family members with every single case. And just because there's not an arrest for 5 years, that's on the police officers. That's not on the family, and so when it takes that long to get an arrest, I've seen the stories out there on these families. I've heard the rumors. It's not cool. It's just not cool.
No.
So I'd understand his reluctancy to want to do anything, because it's, especially with this case, you have to, people want to come at you just for going live and talking about the fact this might not be the right guy. Even though we're basing that on documents and things we're reading and seeing, not like a personal feeling. You know what I mean? Why get mad about that? That's crazy.
Right. I mean, and I know Bob Mata is a defense attorney, and most people think, oh, well, he always takes the defense, the defendant's side of things, and he doesn't. But
no,
that's his perception, and people come at him on X, Twitter, all the time. Whenever he says anything about the Richard Allen case, he's like, boom, he gets blown up by people on Twitter and X.
You're right. And I noticed that very early on when he first began to talk about it. There were people trying to get him to say things about the Idaho 4 case, right? Because it was popping off so much. And he was like, okay, yeah, PCA is a little weird, but it's all right there, And then he began talking about this case. And what he was saying was true, when you looked into it. But I saw the attacks as well. And I thought, man, that we have to have defense attorneys in this country. Whether we agree with them or not, they're necessary, to make sure things are done on the up and up, and that people get the fair shot that they deserve, especially when you're dealing with a place like Indiana that doesn't even want cameras or audio. You got to have somebody in there that's looking out for the defendant and making sure, things are done right. And yeah, you're right though. He caught a lot of hell for what he was doing.
Yeah, he still does. Like anytime he posts about Richard Allen, it's like, boom, he gets Molotov cocktails thrown at him on Twitter, so to speak. All right, let's carry on with the document. Dr. Walla met with Richard Allen on numerous occasions. That's 9B, 9C, confidential, privileged, 9D. The state intends to introduce as evidence statements made by Richard Allen while incarcerated. So that's his confession. The defendant intends to prove that the incriminating statements were involuntary and resulted from his conditions, which we just talked about. Dr. Walla was in a position such that her medical opinion regarding his psychiatric condition is relevant to these proceedings. Paragraph 10, the defense believes that Dr. Walla's testimony will require approximately 2 full days. Holy mackerel.
2 days?
2 days of testimony from Dr. Walla, and they're saying November 11th and November 12th. So that is literally 1 month from today. They're expecting this trial to take a month plus. So they're going to start opening arguments on Friday of next week. So that's a week from today, and then 3 weeks later they want to call Dr. Walla in. Wow, how can they be that precise? Because we don't know how long it's going to take. Paragraph 11, defendant Allen seeks a certificate of appearance from this court acknowledging Dr. Walla's materiality in this case or in this cause, and specifying the number of days Dr. Walla will be required to attend the trial in this cause. Defendant Allen further requests that said order be certified under the seal of this court. Defendant Allen then intends to present such order to a court of record in Cook County, Illinois. Oh, okay. Well, now I know where that's at. It's in Chicago.
Okay.
The county and state in which Dr. Walla is believed to reside. Defendant Allen intends to utilize this process to secure Dr. Walla's appearance at the trial. Defendant Allen intends to tender a sum for expenses equal to the amount provided under Indiana Code 333710-2 to reimburse Dr. Walla for her attendance at the trial, all fees which shall be charged upon Carroll County, Indiana, where this prosecution is pending. Ooh, Carroll County taxpayers are going to pay for Dr. Walla's appearance to come down from Chicago to testify, Cook County, Illinois. Ooh.
Well, prosecution's spending a lot of money apparently now to prosecute this case. At some point they got to put the brakes on all this, because you could look at what we're seeing the spending for Delphi trial. What Ann Taylor is asking for the spending for the Idaho trial. These trials are reaching into the millions. Why? I get the attorney fees, the expert fees, all this, but do y'all drag this stuff out on purpose? I have to ask that, because there's a lot of money involved, and I don't care about all that money. We should care, but it shouldn't take. Okay, so what if your case isn't a high profile case? Are you going to be afforded the same privilege that these cases that are getting millions of dollars to prosecute them are going to get? You know what I mean? It's insane. Why would it take you? How come you can prosecute me on $100, but you can't prosecute that guy on $100? It's going to take you millions and millions and millions of dollars. What are these millions been spent off? 4.2 million? And I think it's beyond that in the Koberger case. And then Ann just kept wanting to postpone. Like, why? Y'all, the cost is astronomical. The amount of time it's taking to get these cases to trial. And I understand going through all those terabytes of discovery, because we first heard about that in Idaho. And then Delphi has said it as well. All these terabytes. That's how they're getting their information these days. It's all digitalized, when it's like, boom, here it is, go through it and find it. But if I'm going to tell Ann, well, get busy with your little assistants there and start digging in, that's pretty much what the judge just told her. He's like, well, ma'am, we're talking, next year, not tomorrow. You got time, don't act like you don't. I think it's just getting out of hand. it just feels like it's out of hand. I don't know.
I don't understand why she was pushing for all of the trial delays, because she wanted to bring on new expert witnesses, and I get that, but
Hmm.
do you really need a year to prep an expert witness to testify in
No,
this case? Like,
no, you shouldn't. I mean, you honestly shouldn't. And if you are so convinced your client is innocent and he was just out riding around, that should be pretty easy to prove because his cell phone in those videos you got on that car can't be him. He's over here driving, but I can prove it. Well, get on to court and prove it. I don't know what else to say. Hello, all eyes on Delphi.
oh yeah, hey, all eyes, thank you for joining, appreciate it, or thank you for listening.
Yeah, I see that. Enjoyed the search and rescue stream, Joe. Wasn't that great?
I'm honestly proud of that interview, besides the fact that I muffed the go live button for the first 2 minutes.
Hey, you're getting better about that go live button.
Hey, I got it today. One baby steps, like that movie What About Bob?
Right. We'll
Baby
get
steps.
there, man. We'll
Yep.
get there. I think my laptop died. I wasn't paying attention to my battery. Like it won't even come on.
Oh
Good thing
no.
I'm on my phone in here, so we're Butterfly. Just real quick, you know what? Have you seen on Twitter where poor Lieutenant Dan? They done posted all his mug shots and all his backstory. I think he done lost his free boat he was going to get and his kick stream thing. I don't even know. I wasn't paying attention too hard, but man, what a story. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but she does.
I don't know. I'm in the
Well,
dark.
so Lieutenant Dan has one leg and he lives on a boat and he was down there in Central Florida. I'm not even really sure what city it was, around St. Pete, probably somewhere. But he decided to ride down his boat and he wouldn't leave. But the boat kind of went adrift at some point and he got beat up and banged up, all this stuff. Well, he was okay. Everybody went down to check on him. He was fine. He made it through the storm. But someone offered to buy him a new boat, like $100,000 boat, give him a kick streaming deal and all this. Well, then Twitter's like, hold up, wait a minute. Well, we got shit to show y'all. And it was his rap sheet and how he beat up a woman or tried to set a woman
Oh
on
no.
fire. Yeah, he's tried to set a
No,
woman
no.
on fire in the past. He's got
Oh,
like a dozen mug shots. He's a menace to society. I'm like, oh, that's what y'all get.
yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah. Oh no.
Lieutenant Dan
Yes.
shouldn't have tried to ride a hurricane out on a boat. I'm sorry. That's
I
just
know
stupid.
I know you ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Come on, Lieutenant Dan knows better than to try to. He ain't gonna stay on that shrimp boat during the hurricane. He's gonna get. Well, he might have, would have. He probably would have.
Oh, good grief.
Good. I know.
Florida man.
Hey, now
All right. We got one more motion to go through here.
this one's quite interesting, isn't it? Well, I haven't read
I
it yet, but I thought that it would be interesting.
I actually haven't read it either, so we're gonna explore it together. Defendant's motion to incorporate evidence presented at the August 1st pretrial hearing, which happened to be the one that I went to. I also went to the one August 23rd, but that was a big nothing burger because the judge got mad at everybody out in the gallery and kicked us all out. But
Yeah. Thank you, all eyes. I appreciate that. Joe and I both appreciate it. We appreciate you guys coming in, listening, and talking about all the different things, including the hurricane coverage. We tried to keep it out there as much as we could. I felt bad for all my Florida neighbors because for 2 times in a row, I got to dodge this bullet. And maybe
yeah,
next year I won't get so lucky, but I can, I felt bad for all my neighbors for sure.
well, you're up there in the Redneck Riviera, so in God's country.
Yes, we are different. The Northwest Florida and Central Florida are very, very different. We're different. That's all there is to it.
if I were anywhere but mainstream Florida, I would probably claim to be different too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm down here next to the Alabama line.
I think Jenny should go back to Greenbow, Alabama.
Greenbow, Alabama. Man, I quote that movie all the damn time. I can't help it. You can't fix stupid. Forrest Gump's mama did not lie. We can't fix stupid, y'all. I've tried.
Mama
Y'all probably
says
tried.
stupid is as stupid does.
That's right.
All right. Defendant's motion to incorporate evidence presented at the August 1st pretrial hearing into offer of proof at the trial. So the judge granted the state's motion in limine. We know that. That was heard on August 1st for introducing evidence of third-party suspects, like the whole Odinism thing, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Elvis Fields, all of those people. That was she granted the motion in limine, which means the state has, or the defense has to offer proof at trial, has to have an offer of proof at trial to be able to introduce that at trial. So this is I believe this is their attempt to do that, just reading the title of this.
Right.
Comes now the accused Richard Allen by and through counsel and respectfully, ooh, it's respectfully this time,
This time.
ask the court to consider this motion regarding his offer of proof. So here our offer of proof. I imagine it has to do with third parties. In support of this motion, the accused submits the following. A hearing was held on several motions, including the state's motion in limine, which I just mentioned, in this matter on July 30th through August 1st of 2024. During those hearings, particularly those on July 30th and August 1st, 2024, testimony was taken regarding paragraph 7 of the state's motion, which argued that evidence of third-party suspects and motive, including those practicing Norse paganism / Odinism, should be excluded from trial. At this hearing, the defense presented its proposed evidence through certain exhibits, as well as the testimony of Dr. Don Perlmutter, Kevin Murphy, Todd Click, Amber Holder, Jerry Holman, Chris Cecil, and Patrick Cicero, among others. I don't remember many others, but I was only there on August 1st, and argued that evidence should be used at trial to argue that third-party suspects committed the crimes and or that the murderers were likely involved in Norse paganism, Odinism, and that said testimony and evidence should therefore be admissible at trial. On September 4th, the court issued an order granting the state's motion in limine and excluding evidence of third-party motive, including evidence regarding Odinism, cult or ritualistic killings, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Keegan Klein, Jerry Klein, and Ron Logan. You know what? They don't mention Logan Holder, Brad Holder's son. Anyway.
Oh.
In its order excluding the evidence, the court noted that it will allow that evidence to support an offer of proof if one is made by counsel. The court, now let's read that one more time because this is really, really important. In its order excluding the evidence, the court noted that it will allow that evidence to support an offer of proof if one is made by counsel. So it's up to the defense to make an offer of proof. Therefore, the defense does not believe it is necessary to make the request found in this motion, as the court has already stated that it will allow the aforementioned testimony and exhibits to be used as an offer of proof in the trial. That's really important. Like paragraph 4 is probably the most important paragraph in this. I'm going to read the entire thing one more time.
Yeah.
In its order excluding the evidence, the court noted that it will allow that evidence to support an offer of proof if one is made by counsel. Therefore, the defense does not believe it is necessary to make the request found in this motion, as the court has already stated that it will allow the aforementioned testimony and exhibits to be used as an offer of proof in the trial. That's huge, because when I read personally the state or the court's order granting the motion in limine from the state, I automatically assumed that all of this third-party stuff was out and they could not present it. And I think the defense is saying right here that there's an exception in there. There's an exception in the order that says the court will allow that evidence to support an offer of proof. Wow.
I wonder what kind of offer of proof they're going to offer up. If they have something, you know, because who's going to decide what they have as proof or not unless they are able to bring it out and talk about it, you know? So that's super interesting, and how that sometimes it's like word salad. It's like, come on, man, just spill it. Say it cut and dry. But it's I have to go back and deep dive the other documents, like you said, but because she pretty much said all of it was out, you know.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's how I read her. That's how I interpreted her order on September 4th, was that, hey, you can't bring any third party stuff in at all. No Odinism, none of those witnesses, none of those third party suspects, Patrick Westfall, Brad Holder,
and
none of them.
and then they didn't even want them to mention that motion had been filed.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I was reviewing that today as well when I was going through my old all my Delphi stuff, and I read that again. I was like, oh, slick Nick. I'm borrowing your phrase there, Michelle. Yeah, don't even bring up that we filed this motion to keep all this out of court. It's like, I'd be calling you out if I was. I'll be like, remember when y'all said I couldn't talk about this? I'm fixing to talk about it. I'm gonna get me a contempt charge. Judge, he'd throw him off the case right then and there. Lord.
Well, Rebecca Ann has a really good question. Can Elvis Fields' sister testify? So
you would think so.
So when the judge issued that order on September 4th, when Judge Gold issued that order and said the third party evidence can't come in and you cannot bring up those specific names, let's go back up to those specific names that were listed.
Was Amber Holder in that mix?
Yes.
Okay, so if they can't bring in Amber, they could certainly bring in Elvis's sister, because I don't think she was mentioned at all.
Right. So, okay, paragraph 3 right here. On September 4th, the court issued an order granting the motion to eliminate and excluding evidence of third-party motive, including evidence regarding Odinism, cult or ritualistic killings, Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, John Messer, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Ron Abrams, Keegan Klein, Jerry Klein, and Ron Logan. So they mentioned Elvis Fields. She didn't mention Elvis Fields' sister. She didn't mention
Rebecca. That's all you just put something in. That's a very good question, because what if the defense does have Elvis's sister who was willing to come and testify about what he told her?
She didn't mention Logan Holder. Logan Holder's not mentioned in that exclusion.
Oh, I'd bring him up because he looks a lot like young Bridge Guy.
Mm-hmm.
And his father looks a lot like Bridge Guy, old Bridge Guy.
That's but so if the judge excludes specific people by name and doesn't exclude other people specifically by name, are they allowed to be brought in? That's a really good question, Rebecca.
I would think so. I'd be like, no, ma'am, Judge Gold, you did not clarify. You gave me a list of the specifics, and this person wasn't on that list. I'm fixing to fight her tooth and nail.
Yep.
All the way to the Supreme Court.
Yep.
Like, I've had enough of you, lady.
A lot of people have.
I'd tell her that right in court. I'd be that attorney. I would probably get in trouble.
Yes, I can see it right now. Like, I don't even have to imagine that hard to see how that's going to go down.
Elvis's sister only said Elvis said he was in a gang. No, she actually said he was in a gang, and that he said a lot more than that. That he was there, that there were things done to these girls, and then he told the officer, what if I spit on one of the girls, or what if my spit was there? And you know, all this, there was a lot more that he said.
Didn't he give her a bloody jacket or something like that too?
He tried to give her a jacket, and she said, I don't need that jacket. I already have a jacket. He's like, no. And there was something, I don't remember what about the jacket she noticed, but he did try to give it to her. They told her that he just became brothers with these guys performing something in the woods. And then you got the officer that told him, and I think Elvis told his sister way more than that. My laptop died, or I'd pull up the whole thing that she said. Um, and then he tells the officer, and when the officer questioned him and took him back home, he gets out of the car and he goes back toward the officer and says, well, what if my DNA is there on one of the girls? Like if I spit, if I could explain it, would I still get into trouble? And then the officer didn't report that.
Well, and
That's
I thought he also told his sister that he was involved in something. That he
Yes,
was
he
involved in
did.
a
I wish I
ritual
had
of
that
some kind.
whole. Yeah, he told her that. There was a lot he told her. I wished I had. I'm on my phone. I can't pull it up on the phone, but yes, I'd get the whole statement and go back over it again. But he told her way more than just that. There was a lot more he said to her, and it's in the documents, the court documents, what the sister said that he allegedly said to her. So if she's not on that list of you can't come in and talk about these people, she can absolutely come in there, and I would absolutely march her in there because she can support the theory behind this. You know what I'm saying? That's your evidence. Would it be hearsay? Now, McClelland's going to stand up and say, I object. That's hearsay. But you could also say what the cop said about the spit could also be hearsay.
Right, right. So that was allowed in the pretrial hearing, and that's what Murphy said in the hearing, and that's actually what both counsels for both the defense and the state both
Oh,
agreed, that there's a lower bar set for what's allowed in the pretrial hearings than what will be allowed in the trial.
yeah. And
So
Jenny, I
occasionally,
agree. Jenny made a good point because Elvis didn't mention Odinism to the sister, so she's not going to come in and say Odinism, but she can come in and say gang. Like, I get you now. That's cool. That's good. You guys all pay attention. This case is crazy, isn't it?
so crazy. All right, let's keep going with this document before our minds are blown. Paragraph 5, the defense makes its request in the motion at hand to even further preserve the record that the court will allow the aforementioned testimony. So what Rosie is saying here is, hey, you told us in your motion on September 4th that you would allow this if there's an offer of proof. So we're just wanting you to cement that a little bit here before we get into the trial. So this is actually probably a good motion to file before the jury selection starts and before opening statement starts, because he's like, hey, just letting you know that this is how we interpreted your motion or your court order on September 4th. You said you would let this in if it's related to an offer of proof. So the defense makes its request in the motion at hand to even further preserve. So confirm it, Judge Gold. You said this. Do you mean it? Did you really mean it? Do you
Yeah.
do you swear? Do you pinky swear? Can we get a pinky swear here?
She'd be like,
Even
no, I'm not touching your hand.
to even further preserve the record that the court will allow the aforementioned testimony exhibits to support and offer proof that counsel for Richard Allen will be making at trial. They say it right here. We will be making an offer of proof at trial. Paragraph 5 says it. They're going to make it. The defendant intends to make an offer of proof at trial. Okay. What I just said, the evidence of third-party suspects, motive of the individuals listed in paragraph 3, supra paragraph 3. Okay, there's those individuals: Brad Holder, Patrick Westfall, Johnny Messer, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Rod Abrams, Keegan Klein, Jerry Klein, and Ron Logan. The defendant intends to make an offer of proof at trial regarding the evidence of the third-party suspects, motive of the individuals listed in paragraph 3, as well as that the third-party suspects who murdered the victims were involved in Norse paganism, Odinism. 7, paragraph 7, an offer of proof must, 1, make the substance of the evidence, 2, the grounds for admission, and 3, the relevance of the evidence known to the trial court in the offer to prove, citing 2 cases, Roach versus State and Hilton versus State. Paragraph 8, the defendant submits that the substance of the defendant's proposed evidence has been made abundantly clear during the lengthy pretrial hearing regarding the issue, and therefore moves to incorporate the evidence presented at the pretrial hearing on July 30th and August 1st into the record at trial for purposes of the defendant's offer of proof. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
That is the exact opposite of what I read from Judge Gold's September 4th order. I was like, there's none of that stuff coming in. They're not going to hear any of that. And the defendant is saying, no, it's all coming in. Rosie's saying, hey, we're going to bring it all in as a part of our offer of proof.
And that's, I mean, what else are they supposed to do, right? I mean, are they supposed to come knock on her chamber's door and say, hey, can we talk to you? Is this going to be good enough for offer of proof? You know, they let them bring it into court. That's the only way you're going to know.
Well, they're saying they're going to bring it into court. It'll be interesting to see if she allows it, because I thought very solidly that with that September 4th order that she said none of that shit's coming in. She said no Odinism, no Patrick Westfall, no Brad Holder, nobody's coming in. I mean, I thought for sure that door was slammed shut, and he's saying no. You actually said we could bring it in associated with an offer of proof. So
right,
it will be very interesting to see how she rules on this motion.
Yeah, and she's going to need to rule on these this week.
Yep.
Coming up, because we're doing a week long of jury selection before that trial legit starts on the 18th. Was that what you said? So she needs to make her rulings this week, and you know her. She's like, no, I'm not going to read this shit. Just no. Like, lady,
she doesn't
I'd
even
call her out on that in court. Be like, ma'am, can you recite what my motion said? If you denied it, what did it actually say? She's going to look at me like I'm crazy and tell me I'm in trouble again. Lord.
It's going to be interesting. And for jury selection, I honestly don't know that I'm going to go camp out on the concrete handicap ramp in front of the courthouse.
I don't blame you.
At 5 o'clock in the morning just for jury selection.
No, because I think that would be boring. I mean, they're going to just ask them all these crazy questions it's like standard questions and then particular questions. And I don't got time for all that either. I mean, just get all that done, and I'll come when y'all got all that sorted out. I want to be there for the real deal. I don't really, jury selection. I don't blame you, because it's going to be a long trial. And if you try to attend a lot of that, yeah, I can see not going.
Well, honestly, I kind of saw that on August 1st, because there had been 2 days of hearings before that, July 30th, July 31st, and July 31st was actually a long day. And if you look at Bob Motta's live stream that night, he's like, man, it was a long day.
Yeah, I did watch it that night.
Yeah, and then the next day, August 1st, which is the day I went. So I watched his live on July 30th, and he's like, oh yeah, I showed up on site at like 6:30 in the morning, and I got in line at 6:30 in the morning. And I'm like, well, shit, maybe I better get there at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And I was there at 6 o'clock in the morning on August 1st, and I was fifth in line. And honest to God, if I had come at 7:45 or 8 o'clock, I would have only lost like 10 spots in line and had the exact same seat that I ended up with in the actual courtroom.
Yeah, it's such a hard call, because you don't know how many are going to be down there waiting to get in. I imagine it'll be a madhouse when the actual trial kicks off, with the media and the various streamers and people who are going to, other attorney, and there's nothing wrong with going. If I lived there, I would want to be there as well, because I'm not going to have any other way to see this trial unless we're there. But the fact that it's going to be a long trial and you got your work cut out for you, just try to get in to begin with. I don't know if I'd fight all that this week or not either.
Yeah, no, the jury selection does not interest me very much.
Yeah.
I will be interested to see once they pick the jury, what the makeup is, because Allen County's demographics are way different than Carroll County's demographics, like way different.
Oh, I can imagine. I really didn't think about that a lot.
Yeah, there is a much more cultural, let's say, ethnical and cultural diversity in Allen County than there is in Carroll County.
Right, and it's a much larger county, right?
Oh yeah, I think Fort Wayne is probably like the
Oh,
third or
okay.
fourth.
So Allen County is Fort Wayne. I didn't realize
Yes,
that.
yes, and it's like the third or fourth biggest city in Indiana.
Yeah, yeah, it is. I knew that much, but I didn't. I guess I never really put it together that Allen County was Fort Wayne. Okay. I always like Delphi, Lafayette, Tippecanoe, those counties. I'm like, oh, Allen County,
Right.
whatever.
Well, Tippecanoe County has some diversity too, and way more than Carroll County and Delphi have. But that's
Yeah.
because Purdue University is here, so we have a ton of international students.
Yeah, you got a large body of students there from all walks of life and ethnicity. I can't even say the word tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got you. Um, yeah, it's probably it's better to do a jury pool from Allen County anyway, for all the reasons.
right. Yeah, so they're bringing in that jury. They're going to have to put them up in a hotel in Lafayette, and people are going to be coming into town to Lafayette. So the hotels are going to be busy. But all right, let's finish this document out. Let's see. We're on page 3, paragraph 8. I think I already read this. The defendant submits that the substance of the defendant's proposed evidence has been made abundantly clear during the lengthy pretrial. Therefore, moves to incorporate the evidence presented at the pretrial hearing on July 30th and August 1st, which I thought was not getting in. So if she doesn't deny this motion, that part of the trial and that offer of proof is going to be very, very interesting and probably actually look a lot like the hearing on August 1st and July 30th.
Yeah.
It's going to be very similar. So the defendant intends to make his formal offer of proof during the defendant's case in chief and present additional legal and factual arguments in support of the admissibility of the defendant's proposed evidence at that time. So they're going to make the offer of proof during their case in chief. Let's see. So who goes first? The prosecution goes first, right? So
Yeah.
that's why they named November 10th and November 11th to bring in Dr. Walla, because
Yeah.
they're going last. So Dr. Walla is going to be part of their case in chief at the end.
Right.
So the state is going to go for a whole month on
What the hell?
tool mark evidence and 61 confessions. That's going to take a month.
Are they going to go through all 61 confessions, like one by one, and talk about they need a whole month for those two things? Because that's like all they got, right? That we know of.
That's all we know
Well,
of, right?
you got
Like,
him
the
stating he
problem,
was there. Then you got the
yes,
bullet, and then you got the confessions. That's literally all you have that we know of.
right? Based on the probable cause affidavit, and then the subsequent confessions a year and a
And
half
we
ago.
have, right, and this far in the game, we all are very well aware they got allegedly have touched DNA in Idaho, and it belongs to Brian Koberger. We are 2 days from trial, and we don't hear nothing about no DNA in Richard Allen.
Right.
It's crazy.
The only DNA evidence that I have personally heard was on August 1st when Major Cicero testified that all of the blood evidence that he saw was Libby's blood. So there was supposedly a large pool of blood by the tree, and then
Yeah.
there were a couple of other areas of blood around that, but all of Abby's blood was soaked into her sweatshirt underneath her.
Yes.
And that's literally the only DNA evidence that I've heard in this case, which blows my mind. It's like we're in 2024, and even when this happened was 2017. I mean, we have DNA science, guys. Why don't we have DNA evidence of Richard Allen being at the scene of the crime?
Right. And in all the clips that on that video that I wanted finished putting together, even there's one where I think it's Barb McDonald interviewing Lesenby, and she asks him, "Do you have DNA?" And he tells her yes. And then The parents are saying, well, we've been told there's DNA, but then I've got Becky Patty also saying they said they had a partial fingerprint. So we haven't heard anything about those two things being tied to Rick Allen. So is that how they know there was a second person involved? Because this DNA and this alleged thumbprint, fingerprint, whatever it was, if you do have those, they obviously don't belong to Rick Allen.
Well,
Or we would have heard
supposedly,
about them by now, I think.
supposedly, and this was just rumors, so obviously it's not verifiable. But I remember back in 2017 when the girls' bodies were first found that they said there were cigarette butts found in the water near the girls' bodies.
Yes, alleged. Well, okay, I've heard cigarette butts were found around the scene too, but I've also heard the authorities talk about how there were so many search people out there. Da 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 da. This could have all
Okay.
come from anywhere at any time. Well,
Okay. That's
okay,
fine.
you
That's
still
fine.
should collect it. You know.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. But put the DNA evidence in from those cigarette butts and take the DNA from the searchers and tell me that these people have been eliminated as suspects because we believe they were just searchers.
Exactly, and you could
So
do that because you would know if it was a semi-organized effort, you can kind of pretty get an idea of who all was that close to that area. You know what I'm saying? Because
you should.
once they were found, it was daytime. They weren't walked around all night long and just missed in the dark. It was literally the daytime. So you're only going to have a certain amount of people down there anyway. It should be easy enough to identify the ones that were in the immediate area when they were found.
Right.
So even in Idaho, we heard Ann stand up in court. We all know that was a party house, DNA from one end to the other, top to bottom. And she's like, well, there's 3 identified DNAs in or near where the bodies were found. Well, no shit. We were talking about doorknobs to the bedrooms. What, you're not going to be able to identify every single one of them. Well, we never heard no more about it. So I guess whatever the state gave her on that, she was satisfied with. But you would still pick up those cigarette butts or anything close to that area. I mean, I got the photos of the girls' of Libby's clothes in the water. I've had them forever. Everybody has. They've been out there for a year. Those other leaked crime scene photos I've never seen, don't ever want to see them. But the ones of the clothing in the creek, you know, if those cigarette butts were close to those clothing, they absolutely needed to be taken. Wet or not, I don't care. If I'm an investigator, I'm taking that shit.
Right. And we should know that. The public should know that. But because everything has been sealed under a gag order, we don't know jack shit in the public, which leads to this mass speculation and all of the polarization of people saying either Rick Allen's guilty or he isn't guilty, instead of waiting for the evidence to come out. But we've been waiting for 7.5 years for the evidence to come out. 7.5 years, and we still don't know jack shit in this case. We don't even know whose DNA was on those cigarette butts. We don't even know if they tested the cigarette butts for DNA. We don't know any of that.
They probably didn't. They probably didn't, you know. And Rebecca, I've heard that as well, that the fire chief had stated they searched that area and those girls weren't there. But, you know, everybody's like, oh, it was so dark and it was this and it was, you've heard all the damn excuses in this case with everything. And okay, fine. You lost your tip. You recorded over stuff you shouldn't have recorded over, you know, prime suspects and all the things. Well, now I got a problem with you as law enforcement because you just put these families in your community through 5 straight years of hell. When are you going to be held accountable for that? Then the following 2 years, after you finally arrest somebody, you put him and his family through total hell. And then you got a bunch of people asking questions. So don't come at us sideways because you created this mess. Now I'm going to need you to answer for what you've done. And that's just me. But that's what I would be saying if I was the people of Delphi at this point. Because they all began to look at each other. You know, you had YouTube streamers looking at each other. It's like, man, y'all are crazy. But it was an atmosphere they helped create.
Yes, absolutely. Everybody was checking the the sexual offender registration map and being like, all right,
Mm-hmm.
what sex offenders do we have that were near there? And there were a good like dozen of them living in
Oh yeah,
Delphi at the time.
that's one of the first things I do. Like when Sebastian Rogers went missing, it's the first thing I did. I went and I found every one of them. I know how close they all live to Sebastian. I know there's one 4 minutes away that I cannot get out of my head. I know exactly where he lives. And that's one of the first things I do in these missing child cases is I go straight to my offender list and I get on the maps and I look. And I'm shocked sometimes at what I see. I signed up for, I'm in Florida. So through the Florida Department of Law, FDLE, you can go and I think every state has it. I go and I sign up. I put in my address. I get alerts if they move within 5 miles of my home. I just got one the other day. I'm like way out in the country, and it was a lady. I was like, oh hell. So I read it. I was like, I can watch out. You know what I mean? So you have to, it's a go-to, but you're sometimes you're surprised at how many live in close proximity to where things happen, you know,
Yep.
and were they thoroughly looked at, and you can't help but ask that, you know.
And when law enforcement keeps the details so close to the vest that the public and social media and internet sleuths and true crime people, we have no choice but to go in there and try to solve the damn crime by ourselves because you're not giving us anything. You give us
Right.
nothing to go on.
Right. And you walk out and
Nothing.
say, oh, we got to keep it close to the vest for this and I get it. You don't want uh, I mean, come on. I mean, I get it to an extent, but sometimes enough's enough already, you know. Um,
Yeah.
I
After
agree.
after 7 damn years, you're still keeping everything that close to the vest.
It's like,
Really?
why?
After 7 years, it makes no sense, except unless they have a motive and an agenda. And I mean, I honestly believe if Judge Gull had her way and if Nick McClellan had their way, they would tar and feather Richard Allen and they would lock him away in a dungeon and he would never see the light of day if those two people had their way.
I agree. And then, okay, so if they're going to sit here and say there's more than Rick Allen involved, is that your excuse for keeping things this close for this long? And not, I mean, because I understand we have to wait for trial. And I don't have a problem with that before I'm presented all the evidence, but I'm going to need some good probable cause. And this probable cause was never enough. You know what I mean? And so that from the get-go, it was sketchy. But I am not one of those people who believe they should keep every single thing under the vest, because I even have an interview where it wasn't with Doug Carter. It was a different guy, or it might have been Lesenby. And I think it was Barbara McDonald again. Anyway, she said, well, he makes the statement that the families have wanted them to release more of that video and audio, but they decided they didn't want to because the way he said it was really crazy, because at first he was like, it was to protect the families, but then turned right around and said that they did ask us to release more, but they decided, no, y'all don't need to hear more. Now, if I'm the family, I'm going to be mad at that point. If you don't want to play it publicly, at least play it for me and let me decide if I want that out there or not. Because I think there are things on there that are going to be hard for people to hear.
Well, this is something I've heard, and I have no absolute proof of it, but I've heard that the families have actually requested that additional evidence be released that
Yeah.
that ISP refused to release.
Yes.
And I don't know exactly what that evidence is, but what kind of sense does that make 7.5 years after the murders? That it just makes no sense to me, and I can't make sense of it.
And the only thing I can think of is this, because they know there was somebody else out there. Because if they do have DNA and it's not matching Richard Allen, and it was literally on the girls, and they know that's how they know somebody else was involved. Maybe that's why they're trying to remain so secret. But this is way too far. This is beyond normal secrecy. This is far beyond a gag order, a regular gag order. There's a gag order in Idaho, but Anne has her way of bringing things out in motions and saying things in hearings. You know what I mean? Um, in Florida, everything's wide open. You're getting everything up front, but Indiana continues to want to do it so secretively. You can't help but wonder what was so dark about this crime scene that makes you. Do you think it's going to terrify the nation to know what happened in your backyard?
Well, there's also the geofence data. There were 3 or 4 other phone numbers that were proven to be near the scene of the crime at
Yeah.
at that time. So what why don't we see that? And will we see it at trial? We might see it at trial, and we might not. We don't know. We haven't seen Trooper Cecil's new extraction report based on his new software. We haven't seen a lot of evidence in this, and it just is so frustrating that we don't know, and we're not going to see it live as it plays out. We're going to have to rely on our good friends
Yeah.
and creators that are able to get into there, and maybe I can get in there and maybe I can't. I mean, I think there's only 20 spots open to the public. That's just insane. That's insane. 20 spots. So they have 10 media spots. And I really wish I would have applied for that, because I do have media credentials, but I didn't know about it till it was too late. But maybe I can get in as a member of the public. And honestly, probably not. I don't want to go camp on an ADA ramp, 34-degree weather at 5 o'clock
No.
in the morning. But
Mm.
I might.
Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous. You know,
Are you
we
going
know,
to do that? Are you going to do that every day for a month? So supposedly the defense thinks this trial is going to take a month. So are you going to go camp out on the concrete ramp in front of that courthouse every day for a month? That's crazy.
and they're banking that everybody won't, you know, after a while, but not the defense, but prosecution's probably thought about that and goal. It's, you would think that she would, if she felt like in her heart she was doing the right thing by making all these calls that she's making, and that the prosecution's going to get, you know, their case, why not put a camera in there and show the public that you guys are on the up and up and you're doing this right? When you deny it for no good reason, you think we can't handle the conversation about paganism, Odinism / whatever. We've known for years something very different happened in those woods. And when I say it that way, I mean really different, you know, other than we're all in true crime, so normal killings and things of that nature. There's this has a different element to it. It always has, and it's never going to go away. And why is that such a frightening thing to be able to talk about? We can handle those conversations. Doesn't mean we approve it or it's right, but I think y'all are hiding way more. There's something y'all don't want to get out, it feels like. Is it the youngins got out of hand in the woods that day? The youngsters running amok, and you elders don't want that shade brought on what y'all do in your community? I mean, I don't know. I can't help but think that sometimes. If I take Richard Allen completely out of the equation, you know what I'm saying? If like he wasn't involved at all. So could it have been the children of certain people? Because there are certain people we can't talk about at trial whose children knew these girls and knew what their parents practiced. So did they do something that wasn't quite up to par and got out of hand? And now we got to protect our own. I can't get past that.
Right. So what of the things that Amber Holder testified to on August 1st? So she's, for those of you who don't know, she's Brad Holder's ex-wife. They were only married for about 6 months in 2018, which, if you notice the date, is actually after the murders. But they were married for 6 months, and she testified that Brad did blood sacrifices with her kind of against her will. It sounds like at one time he cut her hand, like he just kind of grabbed it and cut it and dropped the blood in the dish, according to her testimony.
Mm-hmm.
But she testified that Odinism isn't actually a religion. Like nobody who worships the Norse gods worships Odin. He's like the primary god, and they all worship the lesser gods. So she actually testified under oath that there's no such thing as Odinism.
Well, she needs to do her research. She needs to do her research. I mean, does she want the name of the old lady who started it in Germany?
Right.
I mean, like, there's a lot of legit. There's
so
so much. Go ahead.
She also testified that anybody who worships Odin and or the lesser Norse gods would never harm a woman or a child because Odin protects those people.
Right, and I would say that's true, and that's what I mean by the youngins got out of hand.
Exactly. So what we're looking at here, if quote unquote Odinism or what's the other word, Salty?
Of the heathenry?
No, a truism or
as a true.
As a true, yes, thank you.
Yeah,
that's the word I couldn't think. So as a true, so if it's that, it's some bastardized version of it, right? So it's people who don't understand the fundamental concepts of if you really do worship Odin, you would never harm a woman or a child. And actually, Nick McClelland brought this up on cross-examination of Amber Holder. He said, would anybody who is a follower of Odinism or the lesser Norse gods, he put it to her, would anybody ever kill a young white girl? And of course she said no. She said no, they never would. So, I mean, he made a good point, but on the other hand, that also kind of proves to us if that was what was going on here, if it was a ritualistic killing, that it was some bastardized version of that religion.
Well, I got to take what she says with a grain of salt. There's probably a lot that goes on with the men in the groups, because Westfall will tell you the women and the children don't have, they're not involved as deeply as the men are. They don't have the same rules as for the men. It's very different. So there's probably a lot of things that she's not aware of or wouldn't be aware of happening. And if you research the gangs in the prisons in Indiana, they do worship the Odinism, and it's mixed with their white supremacy. Like these are not, these are really off, out of the ordinary type groups, out of, paganism, because pagans are pagans, but they can incorporate, you can be a witch and you can walk in the light or you can walk in the dark. So you can pretty much be any religion you want to be. Whether you walk in the light or the dark is where you choose to go. And there's a darkness involved with every aspect to every religion.
Yes, including Christianity and Catholicism.
Yes, exactly.
If you look at the Crusades, and if you, why is my mind going blank? What went on in the Middle Ages in like Spain? The like the interrogations where they tortured people to get them to confess.
Oh, I don't.
I'm gonna have to Google it now.
Right, all eyes. You're not wrong about that. Hey, Forrest.
The Inquisition.
Showed up. Oh, yeah.
The Inquisition was done in the name of the Christian God, like in the name of Christ, and
yeah. I mean, when you research all the aspects and different things, and even the heathenry, that's deep, and that's what Holder was a part of that as well. The prison guard, Randy Jones, was a part of the heathenry. Now, Westfall will tell you he's Ozatrue. He tells you a lot. There's 3 interviews out there with him. I've watched all 3 of them multiple times. The last one. So, I think the third one is finally when he finally says that they did know these girls. His kids knew them. They all went to school with them.
Yeah.
His kids knew Holder's kids. It was like, small town. What do you expect? He didn't live far from the bridge. He admitted he would go out there and do his thing. There's photos of him doing things to the trees. But in the minute I realized, was it Libby's arm was up against the tree, or was it Abby?
It was Libby. So Abby, yeah. So Abby pretty much died.
No.
Died where she was in place, and Libby is the one that kind of struggled.
They drug back.
Yes.
Yeah, but and with her arm. So when the hand touches the tree, you are returning to source. And that's what made me really stop and think about this scene a little bit. Outside of everything we were hearing, I'm just like, now I'm thinking, and the hand touching the tree, if that's legit the way it was, and it was staged that way on purpose, the purpose is it's return. Yeah, it's a whole thing within certain religions that are practiced.
Yeah.
You're returning to source, and there's a reason these things are performed outside. So
right. And
a lot of the things the experts talked about are very much legitimate things, and you need to hear from the experts that would know, or hell, bring in somebody that does know, that practices but walks in the light, that can tell you what that meant.
Well, that's kind of what the defense tried to do on August 1st. So they brought in Amber Holder, and actually, so it was interesting to me as somebody who was sitting in the courtroom, they tried to bring in Amber Holder early in the hearings, and they went outside to the rotunda and they couldn't find her. So they had to go on to the next witness, which I believe was Don Perlmutter. And then they brought in Amber Holder after that, and they found her and brought her in. But Perlmutter is the one who has like this background in ritualistic killings and in the religions. And if her testimony isn't allowed in a trial, that's why this motion is like really important. Let's get through this motion so I can take it off the screen and we can keep talking.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We already did paragraph 9. I'm going to do it again just so we can catch back up. The defendant intends to make his formal offer of proof during the defendant's case in chief and present additional legal and factual arguments in support of the admissibility of the defendant's proposed evidence. So they're going to present evidence of admissibility before they actually present the evidence. And so the Judge Gold is going to have to rule on whether or not the proposed evidence is even admissible in the first place. So that's going to be interesting. That's probably going to take at least half a day to go through whether or not that's admissible. And I would bet you dollars to donuts that she doesn't grant it. Paragraph 10. However, should the court grant this request, he's already saying, I don't think the court's going to grant the request. Like he's already conceding defeat. However, should the court grant this request? So in other words, I don't think the court's going to grant this request, as it has previously indicated that it would. Like, why would you start paragraph 10 with however? Why would you do that? You're conceding defeat. Like you're opening the door for her to be like, yeah, you're right. I'm not going to grant this request. However, should the court grant this request, as it has previously indicated that it would, the defendant intends to rely on this evidence presented at the pretrial hearing on those issues and not present any redundant evidence in the offer of proof. So basically, if you don't let us bring this evidence in, we're going to try and find something else to bring in too. So grant us this motion. But I cannot believe that he started paragraph 10 with however. However, should the court grant this request, he's conceding defeat already. He already knows how Judge Gold is going to rule, which means I know how Judge Gold is going to rule. She's going to deny it. She's going to deny the request. Paragraph 11, granting this motion would serve the cause of judicial efficiency, as the defendant's offer of proof would otherwise cause a significant delay in the trial. So he's saying, if you don't grant it, I'm going to bring in a lot of shit and I'm going to fuck up your world. I'm going to like delay this trial for like weeks.
Okay. Yes, I'm sorry. My son came in and was telling me something important, but I was listening to you at the same time. I just had you muted. I'm sorry. What was the question again?
So going back up to paragraph 10, he starts paragraph 10 with however, should the court grant this request, which means he believes the court isn't going to grant the request.
Yeah.
Paragraph 11, granting this motion would serve the cause of judicial efficiency. In other words, if you don't grant this motion, I'm going to like bring in a lot of shit and I'm going to like, we're going to have like a probably 1 week hearing on offer of proof. That's, I think he's like,
yeah.
I think he's like threatening her, like grant this motion or else. Anyway, paragraph 12. Furthermore, the granting of this motion before trial will also save money for oh my God, he's going to the saving money aspect. Oh my goodness. He's like, he's pulling out all the stops. I love it. You got to pull out all the stops. Like you drop this.
You have to with golf.
Yes, absolutely. Like the day before jury trial, you got to be like, however, should the court grant this request, paragraph 10, which means I don't believe you'll grant it. Paragraph 11, granting this motion would serve the cause of judicial efficiency. So he's arguing judicial efficiency, and then he's arguing money. The granting of this motion will save money for the Carroll County taxpayers. She doesn't give a shit about the Carroll County taxpayers. She doesn't. Oh my gosh. As those witnesses who have been served with subpoenas will not need to appear, nor will they need to be paid. The mileage is what, like 65 cents or 67 cents a mile or whatever it is, including the cost of airfare and time for certain expert witnesses.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. It's laughable, but it's not. It's so funny that it's sad.
It is at this point. It really is. But if they need to hurt, I don't know when they're going to hold these hearings on this stuff.
I don't either. Are they going to have a before and after?
Because we've already got. I don't know, man. We've already got dates in the Koberger case for final pretrial motion hearings, and that thing's not even going to trial till 2025. They just released the new dates on that the other day, but they've already got everything scheduled out for their motions and the hearings and things like that. And there's already their date set for their final pretrial hearings. And it's like, what in the world? They know if they force her hand, she's going to say, no to everything. But she's got to be able to allow them to bring in their support of their evidence for the third party. I mean, I get they couldn't bring it in unless they have, some evidence or they think they have it. So y'all need to hurry up and get a hearing on the books with that so we can figure that out. Because I
want to hear from somebody like Bob Mata or Ali Mata, even better, what an offer of proof is and how the evidence relates to an offer of proof. Because she said they said that you can bring in this evidence as it relates to an offer of proof. So I want to know what exactly that offer of proof looks like.
Right.
And how exactly they bring this third party evidence in accompanied with an offer of proof. Otherwise, they're already conceding defeat. I mean, paragraph 10 is like a white flag. However, should the court grant this request? as it has previously indicated that would. And Judge Gold's going to be like, no, I didn't indicate that I would grant this request. No, I didn't. Denied.
And all eyes has a good point. Getting it on the record. A lot of times that is the case. They're getting it on the record for the appellate reasons. You're doing it as well, but I don't know, because if you can bring an offer of proof to back up your theory, and you got you got to let them do it. You just have to, because if Judge Gold meant, if you bring me offer of proof that you can come in, okay, I think I've got it. Now y'all need to hold a hearing to decide if you really got it or not. Don't just deny the hearing, because that is so. Man, I'm coming back hard on appeal if I was his defense, and I'm coming back hard on that judge, on the state, on all of them. That you'd be in for it, all of yous.
Yep. Yeah, this thing is. I'm just already predicting, based on how Judge Cole has ruled in the past, that she's going to deny this motion, and I don't know how the jury is going to decide. I'm hoping that it's an intelligent, thoughtful jury. That's all I can hope for. That there's an thoughtful jury.
Right, and then you go back to just physical evidence. We're not going to bring in Odinism, any of these witnesses, any of this stuff. All I can do now is attack what you do have, if I'm defense, which is this unspent bullet you claim is from my client's gun. What else? Oh, allegedly y'all have his car on a camera, but we don't know if that's true or not. What else do you have? Now I got to prove to me that bullet come from that gun, and when it was out there. I mean, that's legit. All they have, they better come up with more, because that 43-second video better be real clear on the image of who that is walking on that bridge. Because the second I see it, the 3-second loop or whatever it is, I can't tell who that is. I can tell it's a man, looks like a man, wearing a blue jacket and a pair of jeans, fanny pack. We all see it. But you better have a real good, clear image on that phone during that 43 seconds. Because okay, I've talked with Sleuthy about this before on a Twitter space. What if that really is Rick Allen in that video? Does it prove he did anything? Does it prove anything other than Libby's like, oh, look, there's a guy back there. What if he's weird? I'm going to get him on video.
Right. He's already admitted to a DNR officer that he was there. So we don't even need video of his car at that little Hoosier Harvest store or whatever the heck it was.
The camera. Yeah, it's a harvester.
Yeah. Right. We don't need that, because he admitted he was there.
Okay,
at the bridge on the trail.
Right. Well, so go back to the camera at the store. It sees the cars passing on 300 North. You got to pass the Harvest store to get back to where his car was parked. Does that camera ever see Rick Allen walking down 300 North, muddy and bloody, going back to his car? You see Betsy Blair's car on that camera, one of the witnesses. You see Kelsey's car on that camera. You claim you saw Rick Allen's car. Does it see Rick Allen walking down 300 North the way a witness describes the person she saw? Now, I'm going to tell you the camera is probably not going to be a clear-cut image, but you're going to see somebody, a figure, has to walk past that store to get to his car. Do you see that person or not? If you do, what time is it when you see that person? Because I know what time he claims he left there, and what time the defense claims the girls were Snapchat. We know they weren't killed after that Snapchat picture went out. So if you see him walking down the street toward his car before that time, that takes my guy off the table, because he's already out of there before those girls are killed.
Well, we don't even know when the girls were killed, because
it was after the it was after 2:13.
It could have been way after 2:13. It could have been 2:13 a.m. the
Yeah.
next morning. We
I
don't
mean,
know.
'cause we know when the Snapchat picture went out. So if you go by that, but do you see my client walking down that road before that picture went out? That proves he was leaving the area before those girls were missing. Let's put it that way, missing. The Maxwell, okay, all eyes. Isn't the Maxwell, no, the Sanders home, is that the home at the very end of the bridge? That's not the Maxwell home. That's the Sanders home. Am I wrong or right about that? I can't remember. In 2017, the Maxwell home was raided 2 to 3 days later because Tara German told Ellie that her and Derek saw Logan Maxwell walking down three. Oh, always wondered what led them to search the Maxwell property. I know that property was searched. Was it the Weber property was also searched? And isn't the Weber property the property at the end of the private drive? And then I think the Sanders, that might be wrong, was at the foot of the bridge.
How are there so many Logans involved in this? Logan Maxwell, Logan Holder, Ron Logan. I mean, like, that's too many.
Oh, dude, that's weird. I just thought you're right. Well, oh, and it's in 3. The Sanders property. Okay. Oh, okay. So the Webers lived in the house. Okay, I gotcha. Now that's where my confusion probably came from. So if you go to the end of the bridge where they were told down the hill, that's the property owned by the Sanders family, but the Webers were living there. Okay.
So is that the south end of the bridge? So the bridge is at an angle, but it's like southeast
Yeah.
northwest. So that's the south end of the bridge.
Yes.
Wow.
And those properties were searched all down through there. One of them was searched a couple of times. I think at first it was the outbuildings, and then they went into the house and did some searches as well, and like fibers or something from one of the homes, but nothing ever panned out. Nobody was ever arrested or charged any kind of way from the searches of those homes early on. So Derek and Tara, when Tara got there to meet Derek when they couldn't find the girls, I guess that's when they saw Logan Maxwell walking.
So there are two very, very different theories about what happened here. Actually, there are more than two. There's way more than two theories, but one of them is the state's theory that they died like very, very shortly after Libby took the photo and the video on the bridge, like within literally minutes, like within minutes of taking that video, that they got taken down to that place along the creek on Ron Logan's property and unalived.
Yeah.
And then there are people, and I interacted on a live stream last night that claim that they are taken off site, and Abby is unalived off site and then brought back on site, and then Libby is unalived once they get back to that spot along the creek on Logan's property.
Yeah.
And Go ahead.
No, I've heard the same thing. And I'll never forget when I first realized that Private Drive was under that bridge. And then when I began to see people coming out with videos of the area and the bridge and the end of the bridge and the driveway, I was like, man, that's too easy. And I've been all over those maps. I know how to get back there from the map. All the things. That's just way too easy to get someone down the hill into a waiting car.
Right.
And then when I realized you could get from the cemetery to the scene relatively easy, and Mr. Steve confirmed that because he's done it, I was like, man, this is just a lot.
Right. So here is my problem with that theory is if you abduct these girls and you take them off site number one, where do you take them? And number two, why the hell do you bring them back to the exact same site where you know there are searches going on for them? Why do you bring
Right.
them back to kill them on Ron Logan's property when you have already abducted them and taken them off site? Like, if it's a ritualistic killing, there are tons of woods near creeks in Indiana. Like, there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions of acres of woods
It's,
near creeks
yeah,
in Indiana. Why do you bring them back to that
it would have been
specific
awfully
site?
risky. It would have been so risky to do that. Brad Weber drove up that driveway at 3:30. FBI kept his gun for 6 months. I'd heard something about that because they wouldn't rule it out. He owned a SIG. Mm-mm-mm.
All eyes, help me with this. Help me understand why you would abduct the girls from the site and then bring them back to the site where there was an active search going on for them. That's what I can't wrap my mind around. And I'm not saying it's an incorrect theory. I'm not challenging the theory. I just want to know how and why you would do that, why you would abduct them, take them away, and then bring them back to the exact same spot where you had abducted them.
Okay, so if that particular area where they were found had been used before in outdoor, when I say rituals, I'm not meaning unaliving people. I mean, you're returning to source, your offerings to the gods, all these things that people do. If that's a sacred space, it could be considered a sacred space. So that if you are doing the Odinism and that's what's behind it, that would be considered their sacred space, and it's for a specific reason. But it's also super risky to take them back out there. You're not going to conduct what you got to do in the dark unless you will. But I'm saying it's still risky to bring them back because even though the search was officially called off, what about 11:30? Are you monitoring that situation? Are you thinking about that? No, probably not. If you're performing a ritual somewhere else and you're already off site and you got them and you're doing it there with at least Abby. And then I don't know, it's super risky because from what we understand, even though the official search was called off, the families still stayed out there. I don't know exactly how many people stayed out there beyond that 11:30 midnight area. Do you have any idea, guys? And listening in, I really don't know how active it was down there in the middle because they could have came back at 2 a.m. It could have been 4 a.m. when that ping on the phone happened.
Right. Supposedly that night was a was a blood sacrifice holiday for
Yes.
Odinist, and I say Odinist generically. Like, you want to call it Asatru, you want to call it worshiping the lower Norse gods, whatever you want to call it. Supposedly that night was a blood sacrifice night. So if they took them off site, I'm saying they didn't go very far.
No, I
Like,
agree.
maybe they went to Ron Logan's property. Like, maybe they were in a shed or a barn on Ron Logan's property. He had horses. I mean, he had like outbuildings. Like,
Well,
maybe.
somebody else lived pretty close at the time of the crime. One of your alternate suspects lived 7 minutes away. And
Who
it
was that?
wasn't Holder. It wasn't Holder. It was Westfall. And he says
Okay,
that in his last interview.
gotcha.
Have
So
have
maybe
you seen that? Have you watched that interview? Have you seen it?
I have not. Can you send it to
Wow.
me? Let's
I
watch it now.
certainly will.
Yes.
Hang on, let me get over here. Let me get over here to the computer and I'll link it in.
Yeah. So we're just so here's the thing to me while you're looking that up and we're getting ready to watch it. Um, we don't know, and we may never know because of how shitty this investigation was run and because how close to the vest the court proceedings are going. Like Judge Gold has issued the gag order and nobody can share any evidence, not even the families. And the families have actually asked for some evidence to be released that the Indiana State Police did not release. I mean, we may never know. We literally, at the end of this trial, we may never know the truth. And I just.
And that's the scariest part of the whole thing, is that we may not ever know, you know? And it's like, how could you? It's like one of these missing people that never get found. You just have to live with stuff. I mean, it's insane. This case, I'm afraid will turn into one of those cases. What's his name? Oops. Let me type this in here.
And a lot of people point the finger at Ron Logan, and some people say he had nothing to do with it. And this is kind of the way that this whole case goes. Like, people are in their Richard Allen camps. Richard Allen is guilty. Richard Allen is not guilty, 100%. And then there are a few people like myself who are like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm still waiting to see evidence. But it's kind of the same thing with Ron Logan, because yes, he made up a false alibi. He lied to the police because he had like 3 DUIs. So he wasn't supposed to be driving, and he actually drove that day. And he went down to Lafayette to Aquarium World and got himself some fish supplies.
Yeah.
That's an old Weird Al Yankovic joke. So he has an old movie. I think it's called like Air Supply or something. That's about a radio station that is serviced by Japanese janitors. And one day he opens up the supply closet, and all the janitors jump out and go, "Supplies."
Joe, good Lord.
Yeah, that's an old Weird Al joke. I'm sorry.
Okay, let me
anyway.
see if this will paste. Sure. Okay, check
right.
your DM and Discord.
All right. This is site.
This is the third interview, the last one that he did.
Let me get past these ads for gummies. All right.
Gummies? Someone say gummies?
That's what they're selling me.
All right. Hey, True Grit Crime, welcome in.
All right. Here we go.
When you get your first hammer, like I know I'm wearing a metal one right now, but your first hammer and your first set of runes, you're kind of encouraged to
Are you
make it
seeing
yourself,
this?
you know, put some thought and heart
Yes.
into the path into Ossetru. And we had taken the kids across the street to Canal Park in Delphi, and we're having all the little kids. We tried to find something to get the kids engaged and something for them to do. You got 10 plus kids bouncing around a small little house. You need to keep them occupied. So they all went out and found branches, at least a certain length, and tried to keep them as evenly across as we could, and cut them into disc form. And they would sit down and, carve runes into each disc and make their own first set and whatnot. And it was nothing maniacal or benign about the situation.
So when you were cutting runes, you weren't cutting long sticks. You were cutting a thick little disc shapes, and then you were painting and carving onto the little discs.
Yep, I took the stick and I cut it in a little disc, evenly spaced the best I could for staying there with the little crappy plug-in porta bandsaw there at my kitchen table, and had a big pile of them. And everybody, got their little chunk in front of them, and we sat there and we showed them, the Feywu rune and then the Uru's rune, and they were carving them in there and putting them in their little leather bags that they made, probably a little 5x5 bag or big.
So I'm going to pause this just for a second. Salty, tell me, so that's Patrick Westfall on the right?
Yes.
Okay, and do we know who's on the left?
Sleuthin Intuition, or not Sleuthin, Sleuth Intuition. He has a
Okay.
channel.
Yes,
Um,
I've actually
yeah.
seen some of his. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bigger just to get all their little disc in there, and that was the activity for that day.
Okay, so they kind of are painting a picture like you're doing runes, you're cutting sticks, and you're kind of making the rune shapes out of the sticks, but that's not what you're doing here. Let me put this up on the
No.
screen.
I actually have a picture of table with the tablecloth, and it has like a little wooden piece of cypress wood in the middle, a couple horns laying next to it, and a little pile of these discs next to it. I kind of wish I had to send it to you beforehand because you could post that up on your screen too. But no, I was just cutting little wedges out of it. Once we got, the 24 disc for each kid, just toss the rest of the sticks out in the burn pile.
Now,
in the back
Joe,
and probably burn them.
Yes, go
you
ahead.
remember in some of the testimony we've heard, and I think it was one of the hearings or maybe the filings, I'm not real sure, you guys probably heard it too, where it appeared some of the sticks were cut with a tool, right?
Yes.
So he talks about that kind of stuff a lot, and you don't have to have like a giant axe out in the woods. We're not talking like giant limbs, but yeah. So allegedly, some of these sticks were either pre-cut somewhere else or cut there on site.
Right. And also Major Cicero also testified that there were sticks that were on top of the bodies, and when Auger cross-examined him, she asked him like how many sticks were on the bodies, and he's like, well, I think they were like trying to cover them up to disguise them, so like they wouldn't be seen. And she's like, really? Really?
I mean, you got to do better than that. You better put a bunch of debris. A
Right.
couple of sticks isn't going to do it.
No, exactly. And that was the point that was made in that cross-examination. And he eventually agreed to that no, there weren't enough leaves and sticks on top of the bodies to actually cover them up from somebody who might be looking at them,
Right.
a search party. So he agreed to that. He eventually conceded to that. But in Indiana in February, in the woods next to a creek, there are so many dead leaves and twigs that you literally could just pick them up and cover up the bodies if you were trying to conceal
Right.
bodies. So that's not what was going on. That is 100%
right.
what was going on.
Because you knew that, I mean, if you got half a brain, they're going to be searching for these girls at some point. People are going to start looking for them.
So
if you're trying to conceal them, you would have done a better job.
Oh, and you couldn't have done a worse job. Like
Right.
there were a few sticks and twigs, and I have not seen any pictures. And when we were sitting in the audience on August 1st, they showed these crime scene pictures to the witnesses and to Judge Gold, but we did not get to see them. We have not seen anything of the crime scene photos as people sitting in the gallery. They like intentionally hid them from us.
Yeah.
While they were showing them to the witnesses. But Major Cicero did admit that, yeah, they probably were not trying to hide the bodies. There weren't enough sticks and twigs on there. And Auger actually did a really good job on his cross.
And later on that night, because we always had a fire after we ate and done all of our stuff.
There's a question here for you from Rescue All the Dogs. Says, Patrick, please clarify about Flora. You mentioned you thought it was a closed case. What made you think that?
Because I never heard anything about it ever since. Once I moved out of the area, I mean, even though I'm not big on watching news and sleuthing, I guess what you want to call it, getting on there and digging around online, I never really saw much about it on Facebook while I still had it, or on the news channel. So I just figured it was a closed shut ordeal, and the wheels kept spinning in life and everything moved on from it.
All right, let
Didn't
me
know
finish
until it
this
was
up.
brought up here that there was someone was going back into it, and there was accelerants, and it was deemed as arson. I found all of that here watching these videos on Sleuth's channel.
We got a super chat here from Shane. He is asking, Pat, did you know anyone in the search party on
Salty,
the 13th
this goes
or
on
the
for a while.
14th?
How long do you want to go into this?
Didn't personally know anyone who was out
I
there.
would have to review it again and give you timestamps on particulars. You know what I mean? There are this channel. This is his third interview with Westfall. They're all three very interesting. I don't know if he may have a transcript with this one where he's talking about how his kids knew the girls, but we would probably need to review it and come up with the timestamps we would like to talk about and hit on, because it is a lengthy interview. And it's been a minute since I've watched the whole thing, so I don't really know where to tell you to go to get certain information out of it. But he describes everything that they do, that he does, and he describes how his friendship with Holder, according to him, really ended, things of that nature. And according to Westfall, the reason he had a falling out with Holder was because Holder was going back to church, regular church, and he was confronted by Westfall because apparently so the rumor is there was a big fight between these two, but he says it wasn't like that at all. He said that he told Holder at his home, look, you got to make a choice. You're either in with us, all in, or you need to get out. You can't be both. And so Holder chose to leave it. Well, Holder left the house, but he left a bag of stuff there. And in that bag were tools for cutting their sticks and twigs and things of that nature. And the guy never came back to get it, he said. He said, that's the only time we had a falling out. It wasn't like this big fight in the woods that people had said there was and all these things. He says a lot. He owns who he is and he owns what he does as far as their worshiping practices go. I've learned a lot from him, but I don't take this guy off the table for anything. Often, and sometimes I wondered, okay, was he only brought in because of his association with Holder? Because it was on Holder's Facebook. He put it out there, that he knew Westfall. They were friends. There was photos of them together and all these things. So did they look at Westfall because they were already looking at Holder and there was a connection there? Just like, you bring in Messer because Westfall will tell you exactly who Messer was and what he did. And he was a strong arm. So they all knew each other. And it like legit. The only one that he doesn't know is Elvis Fields.
Right.
He knew who he was, but he wasn't yeah.
Elvis Fields kind of copies him and mimics him, right? And
Right.
his Facebook posts.
Right. But so for those of you who don't know, Westfall is one of the alternate suspects that was looked into early on by law enforcement, and he even says that they took a DNA swab from him. They did do phone extractions from his phone. This is what he says. So I'm assuming his DNA didn't match. Why would they want DNA swabs if they didn't have DNA? It's standard protocol now to arrest people and get a swab because it gives them CODIS, especially for felons. But if they didn't have DNA, they wouldn't be taking DNA samples from every time they had a suspect. As far as we know, anybody they saw as a viable suspect, they took DNA from. So I'm assuming the DNA they got from Westfall didn't match what they do have, if they have it. I'm assuming there was nothing on his phone tied him directly to the girls, or the location. Was his phone not one of the ones in the geo warrant then? I mean, there's a lot of unanswered questions, to show me how you ruled these guys out. Other than they both had an alibi. Westfall's alibi was he was at home with his kid. So the kid's going to back up whatever daddy says. Other than that, you have no proof.
Elvis Fields' alibi was they were in Muncie, but they were in a hospital, so their phone might not have pinged in Muncie.
Right. And then Holder's was he was at work. So
Right.
You know, and Rick
Yeah, right.
Allen is
No.
the only one that placed himself at the site. But was Rick Allen's phone in that geofence? Was Rick Allen tied to Odinism? Was Rick, you know, did he know the girls? Was he tied to the Anthony? It's like a lot of unanswered questions. And if these guys were really looked into, like we know they were, by law enforcement's own admission, tell me how you ruled them out. Was it just based on the fact that they had an alibi and you didn't look any further? And you didn't take them seriously enough to make sure you preserved their interviews? Those are gone as well. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
Mm-mm. And if I'm the defense attorney and I found all this out, that was like a legit part of your investigation, I'm coming at that hard because that matters. You know, and if you did rule them out and you can prove to me, you know, how you did that and why, I'm open, I'm willing to listen. Just because these guys practice True doesn't mean they're guilty of doing anything in those woods. No more than it means Rick Allen or Ron Logan was guilty of doing anything in these woods. I'm not going to say they're bad dudes based on what they believed, because I know there are a lot of groups out there who do not walk in the dark and would not ever do that. And they may perform outdoor rituals and return things to source and make offerings to the gods. They're not even thinking about remotely unaliving people, you know, but there are those groups that do. It's just a lot of unanswered questions here. And it's just, we know for a fact there was some very strange circumstances behind this crime scene.
There were. Do you mind if we take a quick peek at Trooper Cecil's phone extraction testimony from August 1st?
No, I would love that.
Yeah. Let me find it here. Gosh darn it. Give me a minute. All right, there we go. So we're going to present, share screen.
Right. All eyes. They can't, there's no connection, you know, that with any of it. And I still don't understand, you know, I get she could have recorded the video. By the time she got the audio, it was in the pocket of her coat, or her hoodie, or whatever, and they didn't see the phone. Somebody saw that phone eventually because it was found in a shoe under the body.
Right.
If you know, if I commit a crime, I'm trying to take as much evidence and not leave any of me there. I'm taking that phone, I'm destroying it somewhere, I'm getting rid of it. I'll bury that bitch 10 feet down at the ground if I did something. Why purposefully leave it there?
That is an excellent question. Like, if you go to like the Karen Reed trial, so one of the witnesses, and there were so many of them, I don't remember which one it was, but one of them went to a military base and literally ditched his phone in a trash dumpster on a military base, so it would never be found again.
Wow.
And
I
if I'm associated with this, I'm doing the same thing. I'm like driving down to Indianapolis and I'm like going to a dumpster outside of a
Right.
hotel and I'm putting my phone in there. I am not putting it in a shoe under one of the victims.
Exactly. 'Cause, I mean, maybe they didn't think about it because they're not very bright, and they didn't know there was a video and audio on the phone. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But okay, I'm gonna assume you didn't know, and you're not thinking about cell phone pings because you're young. I don't know, man. It doesn't make any sense to me that phone was like it intentionally left there. I would have known enough to know. I mean, I guess if you don't follow true crime and cases, you wouldn't be aware of what they could do with cell phones and find you and all the things. It just never made sense to me that the phone was left the way it was left and found how it was found.
Right.
Mm.
All right. Let's look at Trooper Cecil's testimony about the cell phone extraction.
Okay.
On August 1st, which is the hearing that I was at, First Sergeant Cecil let's look at line 18. Can you look at the report and tell me if you can find it when the video started on the Monona High Bridge? So the video starts on February 13th. That's the day the girls went missing. At 14:13 or 2:13 p.m. And was there a location or GPS location associated with that video? So when the video initially starts, the GPS geolocates kind of over near the Delphi High School. And you know the Delphi High School is like a mile and a half away from the Monona High Bridge.
Right. Okay.
So how does that phone tap to that? Because sometimes crazy things happen with Wi-Fi signals. And if she went to Delphi High School and she had logged into the Wi-Fi at the high school, maybe just for a brief second, there was enough of a cell phone connection over a mile and a half to connect to that. I mean, that's...
Yeah, when Mr. Steve was down there with his wife, they did their own, brand of cell phone testing. And he said it was crazy the way things would ping and not ping, and because of the terrain and the changes and things. I'd have to go back and really review what he did do, because it's been a long time since he did all that. But he said the same, it was just a little bit all over the place at times.
Right.
But for the most part, it was accurate,
Right. It was just kind of a weird freak of nature that her phone managed to reconnect to a Wi-Fi signal that she had connected to on a regular basis in the past.
No. Yeah.
She's up on the bridge and her phone can see a mile and a half. And I honestly would believe that as a jury member. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that would explain that for just a half a second, her phone connects to the Delphi High School Wi-Fi, which is where she went to high school. So then it goes back within a matter of seconds. He says it comes back to the Monon Trail. Question, and there were pictures on the Monona High Bridge Trail taken before the video. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And were you able to recover those pictures? Plural pictures. Yes. And those pictures have GPS coordinates with them. Is that correct? The pictures don't, but there are. So when Snapchat's being used, there are GPS locations when Snapchat's being used.
Yeah.
Question. So there are pictures taken throughout Snapchat, and you're able to get a GPS location through Snapchat of those pictures. Yes. And they show that the pictures were taken on the Monona High Bridge. Yes. You were able to examine the pictures in the video. Is that correct? Yes. And in both the pictures and the video, does it portray or does it show Abby? Yes. And is she wearing the same clothing? Yes. So you're confident that the video is taken at the same location and time as the picture prior to it. And we're all very well aware of the picture. We only have a few seconds of the video.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. And again, give me the time of that video. So the time of the video, it starts at 2:13:51 p.m. on February 13th. And when does it end? It ends 43 seconds later at 2:14:34. So there was 43 seconds of video taken. That's an important point. When you're able to track movement on the phone after that, is that correct? Yes. And through the internal functioning or internal GPS of the phone, well, it has to do with Apple Health data. So she had an iPhone.
Yes. She had the iPhone 6.
And you're able to track the movement of that phone. Right. I'm not tracking GPS. I don't know where the phone went. I'm tracking. Question, just movement? Yes. And at some point, does the phone stop moving? Yes. When is that? So the phone stops moving the same date, February 13, 2017, at 2:32 p.m. So let's go back up. So 2:32, 2:14:34 is when the video ended. So this is, wow, this is so important. I'm just now, honestly, in my mind, connecting the dots, 2:14 to 2:32. So that's actually 18 minutes there was 18 minutes between the video and when the phone stopped moving. 18 minutes.
Is that enough time to get down the hill across the creek?
Or is it enough time to get down to that drive at the end of the bridge, at the south end
get
of
in the
bridge?
car?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, 18 minutes. That is definitely enough time to get to a lot of different places.
Yeah.
You can get down the hill and you can get to the drive and get in a car. All right, line 20. Through your analysis, have you been able to tell, did the phone move after that time? No, it did not. So this is something that I personally have a problem with. Like my Joe Schmo, everyday Joe Schmo, legal, non-legal mind. How and do you know how long did the phone stay on? My understanding from examination, I'm currently still in the process on. So he's doing another extraction like during this hearing on August 1st. And I saw some of the behind the scenes discussion between the defense and between Nick McClelland and Trooper Cecil of some of this examination that he's still going on at this time. He provided them with some data. They didn't know how to use it, so he had to provide it later. The judge said provide it within 10 days, and nobody has seen any of that since. So at some point in time, we're going to see what additional extraction data comes out based on current technology. But anyway, this is still based on the 2017 and 2019 extraction. This is not based on the current extraction, just so you know. How long did the phone stay on? My understanding, it stayed on until sometime after 4:30 in the morning of February 14th.
Yeah.
Y'all get that? 4:30 in the morning on February 14th. How does that possibly fit the state's timeline of when the girls died? The phone stayed on until sometime after 4:30 in the morning on February 14th.
It doesn't make any sense because we had also been told the phone didn't do anything, and it came back on at 4:30, and that's when it was flooded with all the messages that they've been trying to reach her all night. But there's a lot of unexplained with that phone as well, with Libby's phone, and they're all making a. Why are we continuing to do? What are we still trying to learn from that phone that you haven't already learned?
Well, it's like DNA. So back when they did DNA extraction or when they kept blood samples, let's make it to a very rudimentary example. Let's go back to the 70s and 80s and 90s when they just took blood samples and they kept blood samples as evidence. Sometime in the 90s, in the early to mid 90s, they started coming out with DNA evidence. And then in 2000, the DNA evidence extraction got better. And then nowadays, we can do amazing things with DNA extraction. So we'll go back. We'll go back. So the truck driver that drove a truck in the 70s and 80s that was just arrested in North Carolina and moved to California, he's been tied because of DNA evidence that they connect to him because of blood samples they took back in the 70s and 80s.
Right.
But he was a truck driver that was a serial killer, and they had no idea back when they took blood samples from the victims back in the 70s and 80s that they would ever be able to tie it to somebody, but they kept them, and now they can use it. So I kind of feel the same way about cell phone extraction data.
Yeah, I guess they could get a better locations and things of that nature out of it now that they weren't able to do as well back then. I mean, I can see all that, but I'm still left wondering how much more can that phone tell us besides more precisely of when it went off, when it came back on, did it really ever move from there again? From the bridge location. Because you're telling us it went off at 2:30, whatever that was, and it just stayed there the whole time.
Right.
And then it came back on at 4:30. It doesn't mean the phone never left the area, but the girls still could have.
Right. Yeah, and that's about cell phone movement. So I
Yeah.
was going to say that's a problem that I have. Where let's go back to the previous page, and through your analysis, let's start at line 20 on page 8. Through your analysis, have you been able to tell, did the phone move after that? No, it did not. Really? How do you know the phone didn't move after that? Like if they turned the phone off and the phone moved, how would you know? How would
True.
you know? You wouldn't know if they turned the phone off and the phone moved. So the only thing he can literally testify to is that he doesn't have cellular data of phone movement, but he doesn't have actual physical location of the phone. He doesn't know where the phone is, especially if the
Right.
phone's off. If the phone's off, he doesn't know.
This
And
is true.
all right, that's my Joe Schmo non-legal legal mind coming out. All right. So next page. So from 2:32 p.m. until 4:30 a.m. So 2:32 p.m. on February 13th until 4:30 a.m. on the 14th, the phone never moved. Correct. He can't testify to that. I just said that. He can't testify the phone never moved.
Right.
All he can say is he doesn't have evidence. He doesn't have cellular evidence that the phone moved. That doesn't mean the phone didn't move.
And see, and Jenny and All Eyes both just made great points that we've heard, that I have heard as well. That, and like Jenny says, they didn't resume pinging until the morning. But then, if you look at All Eyes, I've heard the same thing. They turned over 2 more pages of the additional pings, and they were pinging them every 15 minutes. I read that as well. So, which is it? What was really going on here? Were y'all actively pinging that phone all night long, trying? I mean, it's not pinging if it's not on.
Right.
It's only gonna right. It's only gonna ping if it's turned on. So if they think it was turned off, who the hell turned it back on at 4:30?
Right. Yes. And did it have battery enough to last? Like, we'll go down and we'll see later in this testimony where the last time he says it was successfully pinged. But if
Okay.
it was on all night long, like how long did an iPhone 6 battery last at that time? Did it
Right.
literally last all night? Like, did she charge it up fully before she left? There
Well,
is extraction data that will tell us what the battery level was. There is
yeah,
extraction data. Extraction data tells us that, but we can't see it because everything is on a gag order and we're not allowed to see any evidence that we haven't seen in a hearing, in a public hearing. So frustrating.
well, the battery had to be still powered up at 4:30 for it to come on suddenly,
Yep.
and
100%. 100%.
so it would have had battery all night.
Right. Yes. So since they were dropped off at like, what was it, like 2:00 in the afternoon, 3:00 in the afternoon, it lasted for 13 hours. My cell phone battery.
That phone was turned off at some point and turned back on.
That's a very plausible theory. I'll just say that. That's a very plausible theory. All right. What page are we on? We're on page 9, line 1. So from 2:32 p.m. until 4:30 a.m., the phone never moved. Correct. He cannot testify to that. I'm sorry. If he had cell phone tower pings from that phone every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, even every half hour, that showed that phone was in the exact same location where the girls died, then he could testify the phone never moved. But he doesn't have that. He does not have regular pings that show that phone in any location. He doesn't know where the phone is. So honestly, that's like, if I were the defense attorney, I would totally impeach him on that and I would rip him a new whatever.
Yeah.
All right, line 4. Do you know where the phone was ultimately found? My understanding, it was found underneath one of the girls. Nick, okay, just a moment, Judge. That says the court. That's not the court. That's Judge Cole. Yes, Judge, I don't have any other questions. Why did he say just a moment if he doesn't have any other questions?
Then he did. He's so crazy.
All right, Ajay. Thank you, Your Honor. Why did he say just a moment if he doesn't have any other questions? What the
Keep
what?
playing. That's Nick playing.
You're right. Okay. Line 13. First Sergeant Cecil, how do I refer to you? You can call me First Sergeant Cecil. you can call me sir.
Give me some respect, damn it.
First Sergeant Cecil. Now you got your you said earlier the girls were abducted at 2:14 on February 13th, correct? I didn't say they were abducted. I just said that is when this video happened. Okay, so you have no idea if the girls met someone they knew or what happened at 2:14 when this video ended, correct? I only know what's on the phone. Sure. So you can't say what they were, or you can't say that they were or were not abducted. I can't say anything. You're right. Okay. So now the ability to track movement on the phone, you said came from Apple Health data. Yes, ma'am. Okay. And the Apple Health data, does it show Liberty's phone leaving from Liberty's home to the, do you have a map? Okay. Did Apple Health show Liberty's phone moving from her home over to the location where they got out of the car and got onto the Monon High Bridge? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. Well, you said
Well, I did.
Yes, yeah, I did too. Yes, everybody in the courtroom did, except for Trooper Cecil. Well, you said that cell phone tracks movement, correct? Correct. And it shows movement when people walk. Yes. It doesn't necessarily show movement if you're in a vehicle traveling down the road, correct? The only way it would, if for some reason would detect a movement, like if you went over a bump. Okay, so it doesn't show any movement of Liberty's phone leaving from her home to the trail that day when they were in the vehicle, correct? You're referring to Apple Health data? Yes. No, it doesn't. It does not. The Apple Health data does not show her moving from her home to the trail. And why is that? Because the Apple Health data is like a steps thing, like it measures your steps. This is very similar to the Karen Reed trial, actually, in this regard. Okay, because it doesn't necessarily pick up if you're in the car unless something kind of significant happens, right? Like you hit a bump or something. Okay, are you familiar with the area around the south end? South end, okay, here we go. South end of the Monon High Bridge? No, ma'am, I've never been there. I only know what I've seen on news reports. Holy cow, so you have a witness who's admitting that he's been watching news reports.
I was about to say the same thing. You've been watching the news, okay?
All right, line 4 from, what are we on, page 11. Okay, are you aware that between...
I'm going to want to know where you get your news from now.
Right, yes. Well, actually, that would have been a great follow-up question by Auger. What news have you been watching and how much?
I should have became an attorney, I'm telling you.
Or, yeah, people have told me that too, and I disagree. Not about you, about me.
Oh, yeah, my mom always wanted me to. I was just like, nah.
Line 4, okay. Are you aware that between the south end of the Monon High Bridge and the location where the bodies were found, there's an access road? I did not know that. Seriously? This guy
and you've watched the news
for 5 years, and he didn't know there's an access road.
Come on, man! I live in Florida, and I know.
Right. You're not even an Indiana State Patrol officer, and you know that.
Oh Lord.
Okay, line 7. And the Apple Health data, the number of steps and the distance could have gotten those girls to somewhere on that access road. Is that correct? Not necessarily. Okay, so I'm going to go. I would like to see that Apple Health data and the number of steps, but I'm going to go back to that data that we saw before where there are 18 minutes between when she took that video and when the phone stopped recording. 18 minutes absolutely would have got them to that private drive on the access road. 100%. Yeah. 18 minutes. It would have taken probably like 6
less than that. Exactly. Because if you go down to the bridge and you're on the south end and you go down the hill, it's right there at the bottom of the hill.
Yes.
The road is right there. And if there's a car right there waiting. It's not going to take 18 minutes to get in that car and leave.
No, it's going to take 5 or 6.
Now, if you're standing at the end of the bridge having a conversation about what the hell's happening here, and you're just told to go down the hill, and you do actually cross the creek, and you get up toward the other side, all of that could have taken 18 minutes, because I don't know how long y'all stood down there and had a conversation about why the hell are you trying to force me down this hill, or what. I'm just talking out loud and thinking, but yeah, it wouldn't have. That's an 18-minute window. I'm gonna need explaining.
Yes, exactly. What happened in that 18 minutes? We should do a special in the near future on the 18 minutes.
Right? Call it the unknown 18 minutes.
Yes. What happened in that 18 minutes? So I'm pulling up Google Earth. It's going to take me just a second before we can get back, because if I transfer over to our PDF while Google Earth is loading, then it stops loading and it gives me an error message. So hang on for 30 seconds, because I do want to go to Delphi on Google Earth and take a look at that South Drive. But I have so many layers on Google Earth. It takes like 5 minutes to load. Be patient.
Yeah.
Be patient, people.
If you're still here, all eyes, good night. We appreciate you coming in.
All Eyes, yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. All Eyes does fantastic work. And
Oh, yes.
yeah. Damn it. I just transferred over back to the
That's
live.
a good point, Jenny. That phone could have been recharged by someone else overnight, but then someone turned it back on at 4:30. If that's the case,
Right. Absolutely. Yes.
who and why? Why would you do that? If you're trying to really conceal something, you wouldn't care. You would be glad that phone's dead. Like you would you even think about it? If you don't even, I would think not. If you don't even care to take it with you, you're just going to leave it inside of it. Only put this phone inside the shoe so they can make sure to find their phone. Like, that's ridiculous to me. Why was it in the shoe to begin with? It had to be placed there.
No,
Girls didn't place it there.
If you're the murderer and you're trying to get away, you yeet that phone. You want nothing to do with that phone. You like take it far, far away and drop it off of a high bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that don't make sense about this scene. And that led me to, that's why I kept wondering, was this a case of the younger people got out of hand that day? I can't help but think that. Because you feel like there's some really stupid criminals out there, we know that. But there's some really smart ones as well. We know that. That phone's been a big issue for me when I realized it was found the way it was found. Left on scene in a shoe under the body of one of the victims. It's like, that don't even make no sense. And then it turns out we got a video of the guy, a person on the bridge. Oh, and now we got some audio as well. First we get down the hill, and then they're going to come back and add in guys down the hill. Why that one more word's going to help us get there? It didn't.
Right. So let's talk about conspiracy theories. Why would you put the phone in the shoe under the bodies? So you have like the extreme on one end. You have just an ignorant criminal that just is begging to be found, right? Like he wants somebody to find the phone and to find the video of him on the phone, or
Yes.
he doesn't realize that there's a video of him on the phone. So he's just like, oh, I just found this phone. Well, after I killed these girls, I found it in the pocket. I'm just gonna like throw it in here. So like completely ignorant, dumbass criminal is theory number one. Theory number two is it's intentionally placed there by somebody who wants you to find the video and the audio and assign it to a particular individual.
Right.
So are we somewhere in between there, or are we literally at one end of the spectrum or the other?
That's man, this case has got me so blown away with the differences and what they want us to believe versus what we do believe, based on what we've seen.
Well, the probable cause affidavit, I don't think even lists them, right?
No,
Like,
not.
There's nothing about the phone data in the probable cause affidavit.
Mm-mm.
Right.
No, not Richard Allen's. Or now we know that. So they said, only thing I've heard is Ron Logan's phone pinged. But then they're like, well, he lived there, that's why. Other than that, but the PCA doesn't mention anything about phones data or anything like that for Richard Allen. Just the bullet and the fact that he placed himself there, and the clothing they found in his home matched what Bridge Guy was wearing. And then they got the pistol that, oh, look, this bullet came from that pistol. That's it. They dug up they dug a hole in the backyard, allegedly. There was a fiber found on the girls, but they didn't say if that was like a animal fiber, hair, you know what I mean? Or like what was the fiber from clothing? I don't know. None of that's really been elaborated on in some of the filings. Sorry, I
Right.
had to read a text message. My kid went off with another friend. They went one county over to a concert, and anyway, the other kid's mom just messaged me. They're on their way home. Thank God, because I'm sleepy. I guess she was waiting up on them, poor thing.
All right. So I've got Google Earth pulled up here and the Monon
Yeah.
High Bridge. So here's the south end of the Monon High Bridge, right?
Yep.
Where is that drive at the south end? Is that this drive right here?
Yeah, and it'll curve and go right up under the bridge. I've actually got some pretty good videos. But I guess I could go to my computer and pull one up. But I've got pictures and I've got video of that drive, and it's literally right under the bridge. When you're standing on the bridge and you look down, you can see the driveway, and it snakes around. And when you go down the hill, except you go to the end of the bridge on the south end, you're at the very foot. You go left down the hill, and the drive is literally right there.
So do we not see it right there?
I'm trying to see from here on the Google Earth.
So there's a drive right there.
It's going to be all the way close. Yeah, it's close to the end of the
See
bridge.
that? Okay.
Yep.
So let's do a distance measurement from the south end of the bridge to that drive. Boom. Let's do feet, not miles. Feet, that's 600 feet. That's like an eighth of a mile.
Oh, it's closer than that. I mean, it's literally that. That's so. If I need to hang on, let me go to the computer real quick.
All right,
Find something to send over.
There's a 20. This is July of 2018, which is just a year and a half after the murders. There's April of 2017. All right, this is actually a good photo because this is only a couple months after the murders.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's the drive. That's it right there. And
Yep.
here's Ron Logan's property is over here to the northeast, and this is around like somewhere in there.
Right.
So
We have the actual coordinates to where the location, but yeah, you can see the drive really good there.
yeah, and literally within a couple months after the actual murders. So we go measure distance from the Monon High Bridge, Monon,
No,
to
none.
600 feet. So that's an eighth of a mile. That would literally take you way less than 10 minutes to walk, but just say 10 minutes. So that could explain the 18 minutes between when they took the video photo to when they got down, but also tell me where else they could have gone. From the south end of the bridge, if he said down the hill, where could he have gone? Where could they have gone? Because they're if they're on Ron Logan's property, they're going to be over here somewhere across the creek. They were found somewhere over here.
So if you got in a car on the drive, private drive, and you left, because that goes back out to the highway,
Right.
they come back in via the cemetery.
Okay, so they go down to the private drive, and then the car takes them this way along the private drive. Boom, there we're at the Hoosier Heartland corridor, and then actually there's no on-road right there. There's no on-ramp. There's an overbridge, but there's no way to get on the highway right there. So
Let me turn this light down. Okay.
they would have to go another way to get on the highway.
Why won't this video work? What's going on here? Oh, there it goes. I'm trying to make sure this is what I want to send you. Oh, wow. I don't even think I've seen this one. Oh, like they're like way under the bridge. That one's not the one I wanted. Go back.
So so the north end of the bridge is easily accessible to the Ron Logan property, because you could see
Yes.
off the north end of the bridge, there's a trail goes up to the county road, and then the county road goes this way to the cemetery. They call that the Delphi Cemetery. And then there's Ron Logan's property. But going this way, going south from the end of the bridge, there's not a way for a car to easily access the Hoosier Heartland corridor and come back over this side to the cemetery side. Like, it would be so much easier just if you got the girls right here, just come down here and cross the bridge and hide them somewhere on Ron Logan's property until you.
But see, the thing about that to me is if you are doing all this, it's risky to do it right. It's just,
Yeah.
okay.
Absolutely.
So,
yes.
unless you're
It
just
makes no
doing it for the
sense.
thrill of, unless you're doing it a kill thrill, right? You took the opportunity, you just want to kill, and that's your only intent. You're going to do it quick and get out of there. Like Idaho
Right.
case of alleging. So, yeah, you can just go right there, but you can still get down that hill into a car and leave out of there and still come back on the other side of the cemetery and go back in there and bring the girls back through that cemetery way. And I'm on the regular map, I've seen see the way you do it. But look, it just doesn't. I feel like if that crime scene was as bizarre as we think it was, there was some time spent over there with them. I guess you feel secluded enough, or you feel confident enough, no one's going to be looking for them for a few minutes, that you got time to do what you're going to do and get out. But it wouldn't have been staged the way it was staged, and bodies wouldn't have been drugged back to a certain point. I mean, you wouldn't have cared. They fell where they fell, and you got out of there if your intent was just to go back there and kill.
Right. Right.
And in my opinion, you're not going to care where those bodies landed. You're not going to worry about dragging one back up here and there. It's just, I don't get it.
Nope. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't jive.
Let me see if this is the one that I was going to show you. Let me fast forward through it.
Right. So if you're on the south side of the Monon High Bridge, so somewhere down here, you see the girls, and it's opportunistic. So let's just say it's opportunistic and it's not pre-planned. You see them, you go meet them on the bridge, and you say girls down the hill. So they come somewhere down here or down the hill, like somewhere on this flat spot. They've got to get across the creek over here, and it's kind of shallow right there. You can see where the creek is shallow right there.
Yeah, and if you look at the video from the searches by the legit searchers that day, when they were out in the water, it was not even waist deep on these men.
Right.
So it
Right.
wasn't
Yeah,
that deep.
And Deer Creek is never going to be more than waist deep, except in extreme snowmelt conditions. It's just a creek.
Yeah.
So you do that. So say you do that, you take the girls off the end of the bridge, you say down the hill, you cross the creek, you get over into Ron Logan's property, you get to your location where you're going to do the deed. You do it immediately, which fits the state's timeline, like 3 o'clock to 3:30 p.m. that day on February 13th. And then you leave. Does that fit with what the searchers saw that day? I've seen records where people said that they were on Ron Logan's property along the creek that day and didn't see bodies. I can't verify them, so I don't know. But if that's your theory of what happened, then that's how it had to have happened. They just had to come down the hill, cross the creek at the shallow part, and then meet their horrible end right there somewhere on Ron Logan's property.
Yeah. It just, the amount of time that they allege this all took place. I mean, I get it, though. It's like the Idaho timeline is very, very tight, giving this guy literally almost 18 minutes, less than that, to get in there, do what he allegedly did, and got out. But that's the point. Did what he did, got in and got out. Didn't really care how things fell or where they landed. Just get in and get out. Whoever committed this crime cared about certain things. Because you wouldn't have, if you were really in a hurry and you wanted to get the heck out of there and knowing what you just did, and it's broad daylight and someone's going to miss these kids real soon, you need to get out of there quickly. Are you going to take the time to move bodies around and stage and put sticks on them?
Right. It was actually the state's witness. So Major Cicero said under oath that Libby's body was moved after she was killed, and that sticks were placed on the bodies after they were killed. That's the state's witness. That's not the defense witness. So, yeah, no, that's not jiving.
No, it's not. Okay, this is one. Let me see. Let me share this. And you don't have to even put the volume on this that I'm about to send you. And you can fast forward toward the end to get what we need, what we want to look at. Let me go over in Discord and drop it. Oh, that is you. Duh. Okay. Now this is a video. I know some of you in the audience here may be familiar with her. It's Julie Melvin, and I don't normally even pay her much attention, but she's got some pretty good footage of the bridge. That's why I'm saying you can just leave the volume down if you need to. Because I don't care if I hear her talk or not. I just want to see the footage.
All right. Let's share this. Hold on one second.
I think this is one of the more clearer ones. It at least shows you the drive, you know what I mean? And she goes all the way to the end of the bridge and down the hill area. And she's not she's not like a true crime creator. She's
already
from the area.
the water, and as you can see, there's a lot of rotten pieces here. Just kind of letting you guys get an idea of what it's like here. Stop.
That's
here.
a good
Oh,
that's a
let's
good
turn
thought,
right
true
back
crime.
around.
Or true
This
grit,
is about
sorry.
where Abby got a picture, or Libby got a picture of Abby. Okay. So Ted and I are walking to the other side, and we are holding hands because it's pretty intimidating. And as you can see, you're still pretty high up off the ground. There's a ground down there. And it'll kind of let you feel like you're walking with us. Lots of rotten railroad ties, but you can kind of skip them. Now, if you've looked at any of the video of the guy that actually recreated where the girls were, I think, I'm going to turn around Ted for just a second right here. I think they got over
Jenny.
right here, maybe.
Right here, I think they got
Or
over
right there, down toward the end. Yeah,
He waited till they got across.
yeah, he waited and then he started coming. That's right. So we're not probably right to the spot. I'll stop this and then, yeah, I'll just keep going. So it might be a little bit of a long video. We'll see if I can upload this to Facebook here. Yeah, but I do believe that on when the girls saw him coming a little bit faster, so you can walk a little faster now. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A little nerve-wracking here. Hang on.
You can start to see the drive coming into
You
this
can walk
the
just
screen there.
faster. Oops, there's some really rotten ones. And I think the
Over on the
girls
right side.
got all the way up here. Do you see that? That platform all the way up to the left. There's one here to the right. I think they got up to that platform. So bear with me. As long as my phone will allow me to record until I have to actually delete some of this stuff, I will. I'm just going to show you. Oops. Okay, where we are. It is pretty tricky to get across this, and not everyone's just going to come across this. You have to have maybe done it before, or to do it by yourself, you got to really be on a mission. And yeah. Look down, it doesn't look bad, but it's, let me see, Ted. Is that can we stop for just a second? I just want to show people. You guys see how far down it is? It's down there. Oh, there's that driveway. There's a driveway. So there's where we came from. And look at this driveway. Okay, all right. That might explain a few things. Okay, so I think the girls are like, man, this guy's really coming fast. You know, see this platform here? He got coming a little faster. And can we get off toward the left there, honey? Just, I think it's all right. I wouldn't get too far. And I think they got off letting him come by like this. Oh, there's the other part of the driveway.
See how it goes under the
Let's
bridge
get-
and comes out the left side.
Ooh, let's finish this. Okay. We're almost there, okay, guys? Bear with us. I'm just trying to give you an idea what it's like to cross this baby. And see, now you can really speed up here because you're getting toward the end and it's a lot easier to go faster. Now, could it be? Now, I think this little path, do you see this? Do you see this driveway? You could easily say down the hill. And you could go down. Looks like people slid down. Look at this. It looks like people have come down this way and slid down this hill. There's where it stops right there. there's some police tape right there. Do you think they came all the way back here and down the hill? Or do you think they're just keeping people off of that property right there? That might be that nice property.
That's not even Red Barn.
Oh,
And that would be where the Sanders property
as we
there.
walk through here, I'm going to see if I can hone in on the very back of this property. It's definitely roped off. I think they want people to stay off
Private property.
this man's property. Yep, you can see a guy. He's out there working on something. But there is a little house back in there. A little
Butterfly,
It's a
nobody
little
places
barn.
the bridge guy
Okay.
and the girls in the same location. None of the
little red
witnesses
barn
do.
there. Looks like maybe there was a deer stand.
Deer stand? Good. I wonder if-
I do believe that this little driveway down in here is private property. And I want you guys to see something, if you can. You can see, I'm going to hone in on this across here. You can see the creek, okay, where they might have been taken across there. I wish I could walk. I might, you know what I'm going to try to do is see if I can get some tape. Can we?
Yeah.
I want to stop here and I'll do a part 2, okay, guys?
Oh, goodness, a part 2. I don't think I can take a part 2.
Yeah, but see, that's how at least it shows us where the drive comes in. You know what I mean? And so when
Yep.
you go down the hill on the left side of that bridge, the drive is right there. And but you got to cross that driveway to even get to the creek to cross the creek if that's the way they went. So you got your option. Did you really cross the driveway and then cross the creek, or did you get in the car and leave?
Right. So look at Google Earth right now. So this is the thing about railroad corridors, and I know a thing or two about railroad corridors, is they try and be as flat as possible. So if you go to the elevation of the railroad back here, look down in the lower right screen. And I know it's hard to see, but the elevation is 605, 604. So there, the railroad, when they built that trestle all the way across there, they were going to be try and be as close to 604 as possible all the way across there, maybe up at 1%, 2% max, because you got to have railroads going through there. So let's go to the other side, and the elevation of that is 613. So they're going up at a little bit of a slope. So the north end of that bridge is higher by about 9 feet than the south end of that bridge.
Oh, okay.
So let's look at the elevation of the road. We're going to hold our cursor over that, and that says 586. So the road is at 586. The railroad bed and bridge is at 602, 603, 586. So that's 14, 15, 16 feet different. So that actually tracks with the video we just watched.
Yeah. And Jenny, you're welcome, because I think it's important too for the jury to be able to see that same thing that we see. You know, we do know that the defense has put in a request to take the jury out there. They're all like, "Oh, they can't get to it. It's the bridges." Excuse me, you can drive down that private drive. You're the government. You know, you can legit come in there and say, "We're coming down that driveway." Yeah. But they want the jury to go out there to be able to do just that, see this location like we can see. Now they can show video all day long in court, and I would if I was a defense attorney and I couldn't take the jury down there. They're absolutely going to see this drone. There's some great drone footage out there by a channel called Indie Archive. I'm not comfortable playing his stuff because I don't know if he allows it. I think he's pretty picky about it. But you can look him up on YouTube. Indie Archive is the channel. But they do a lot of things about Indiana. But he has got some excellent drone footage of this entire area. And I would recommend y'all go watch it to get a better, because I love going to maps. If I'm following a case, I'm going to the maps. I'm getting as familiar as I can with that area. And I'll never forget the day when I realized that driveway was down there. That was huge. And the fact that it's not as densely with the forest, like you would think, Jenny. You know, you're thinking a lot of wooded area, and it is, but it's also sparse in some areas as well, especially right there where the drive is constructed and everything.
Right. Yeah. There's almost like if you look at the very south end of the bridge, there's like an entire structure where the railroad bridge starts and ends at the south end. There's like
Yeah, Rebecca, I thought the same thing. You might get a strike if you play his stuff. So y'all just go view it on your own if you want to go get some good footage of the area. And I
right.
think they've got some of the cemetery. I think there's one of somebody walking from the cemetery back to where the girls were found. There's a couple of them out there, but you can just search it up on the YouTube. I'll try to get some good video. I mean, I've got a lot of different videos because I've watched different takes, but I know Julie had those out there of the bridge as well. But yeah, you can go find some good footage.
Right. So let's think about what might have actually physically happened to the girls, right?
Okay.
So tell me, where was Libby when she took the picture of Abby, and where was Abby when Libby took her picture?
Okay. So from what I understand, they were walking toward the south end. And Libby is ahead of Abby, and she turns around to take the picture. Okay, if that's true, now Libby's facing toward the area they just came from, the north end. But if you
Right.
look at
And
the
that,
picture, but if you look at the picture of Abby, there's no one behind her.
right. But
No one.
that's kind of where the trail comes from. So let's drop in over here. So there's the Freedom Bridge and there's the trailhead, and that's probably about where they were dropped off. And then they just started walking on that nice warm February afternoon this way. Or maybe they were dropped off over here, maybe, who knows. But walking towards the bridge. And then you said Abby was ahead of Libby when she took the picture?
Well, at some point she got in front of her because she had to turn around to take the picture of her, to face her. Do you know what I mean? Unless she had her camera on reverse and held it up. But I feel like because of the way the picture is, it's like Libby walked ahead of her and turned around. Because from what I understand, Libby had crossed this bridge several times before this, but it was Abby's first time. So I think that Libby turned around to take the Snapchat picture of Abby, excuse me. But when you look at that picture, you can see the bridge is just there, but there's nobody else on the bridge. So if this guy was behind them, walking up toward them, wouldn't he have been seen in that picture?
Right.
Unless
Well, if he
they were
was north
headed
of
back
them.
right, unless it's reversed from what I was just saying. Yeah.
Right. No, if Abby was behind Libby, so say Libby was out here like mid bridge, and she's like, "Hey, come on out here," and she takes a picture of Abby like walking out for her first time across this bridge, but then behind them, from this area back here, comes Bridge Guy. So Abby turns around and takes 45 seconds of video of this guy coming towards them. And then there's 18 minutes. Good Lord, I really want to do a video on that 18 minutes. What happened in that 18 minutes? That's huge. I didn't realize that there was 18 minutes between when Libby took that video and when her phone stopped.
Yeah, Jenny, they were dropped off at the Mears entrance. I've got some and it took, because I couldn't find, if you go to Google Maps and you go to, put in Mears Farm, it's not going to pull it up and tell you that's the farm. I literally stumbled upon, I don't normally watch him because he kind of gets on my nerves, but months ago, like maybe close to a year ago, JLR was there. But he went to the location where they were dropped off, and he got some great footage of the Mears Farm, and I'm like, okay, now it's making sense in my head, right? Because I've got the map and I can see this and that, but to see it with your own eyes from the videos people were making really helped with the visual behind it. And I'd have to go search for JLR's videos. It's been a long time since I watched it, but that's where the Mears Farm location was, before the Harvester store and before the CPS building, going in that direction. But the Mears Farm is right across from the trailhead, and that's where Betsy Blair had parked as well. Was right there at the Mears Farm, I believe.
All right, there's the trailhead right there, Bone on High Bridge Trail. So
Discord. Okay.
that's probably where they were dropped off, right? So then they walked across the Freedom Bridge, and then they started walking across the railroad corridor down the trail to the High Bridge.
Yeah.
And then Libby goes across. Libby goes like halfway across, and she's like, "Come on, Abby, come on, let me take a picture of you." And that's that Snapchat picture. And then she turns around, and there's bridge guy behind her to the south side of her, right?
Yes.
And he says, "Guys, down the hill," or he says down the hill, or whatever the hell. So he forces them, whether it's under gunpoint or whatever, down this side of it. And there's 18 minutes where we don't know what happened after that 45-second video. And ended up so almost 24 hours later, about 20 hours later, over here on Ron Logan's property.
Butterfly just dropped that image into the Discord in our general chat of Libby. I mean, Abby on the bridge. And it looks like that Libby did walk a bit ahead of her and turn around and get that picture. Or unless she was already ahead. I couldn't imagine her being ahead of her if Abby was nervous. You know what I mean? She just stuck close, but then she would have walked up a little bit to turn around and take a picture.
Right. There's so much that we don't know about this, and it just drives me nuts that the state is being so secretive with their evidence, and it's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I get they don't want everybody to pick it apart, but come on, man, you got to give a little more, because if you're doing everything, you're just being way too secretive. There's gag orders, and there's gag orders. And man, you guys take it to extremes.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, it's crazy how extreme they are being with it. That's why I have to wonder, is it so terrifying what happened out there that we're not going to believe it? And what's really going on here? Are you trying to protect something that you shouldn't be, or yourselves? I mean, come on. Either you're protecting yourselves, or you think it's way too scary and the public can't handle it. Well, if it's that damn scary, we need to know about it and be aware of it so we know how to stop it. But it never happened again in that area. There haven't been, there are unexplained things nearby, Bill and Peggy, but man, there's got to be way more to it as to why you want to be so secretive and then keep everything out of court, including throwing the attorneys off the case because they wrote a Frank's motion you didn't like. You don't have to like it, lady. You're a judge. It's not your job to decide, well, I don't like this. This is out. I'm not even going to read this. I mean, that's what she literally said. I didn't even read it all. Why? I think that's an injustice right there. Enough to get me, either I'm going to call a mistrial, or I'm coming hard on appeal just based on the fact that you said you didn't even read the motion. But yet you denied it. How can you deny something you won't even read? That was my final straw with that lady. I couldn't. After that, I was like, man, that's just beyond power. You know what I mean? There's so much power right there. Why would this one lady be allowed to have so much power that she can do that? And nobody cared. Supreme Court don't care. None of y'all, other judges are like, didn't call her up and be like, why are you being like that? I would. If I was another judge, I'd be like, can we go to dinner and talk?
You want to
I
hear
got
a funny
questions.
story about Indiana Supreme Court Justice Loretta Rush?
Yeah.
She was my first divorce attorney.
Oh, yeah, you mentioned that.
Yes. Yeah. So I didn't end up filing for divorce, but she did consult with me, and she did offer me her advice that I should seek a divorce, and I didn't follow it, and I regret that to this day.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I regret getting married, period. Like, I've only done it
Right? Oh
once.
my God. Don't get me started.
I've,
Oh my God.
I've
Don't get
only
me
done it
started.
once. Never again. No, I haven't been married in, damn, how long? Oh, my goodness. My kids are, okay, it's been a hot, damn, 25 years. No, I will never get married again. That was enough.
Yep. Yep. Once is enough. I was married for 18 years, 9 months, 17 days. That was enough.
Lord, you got it down to the days and the minutes. Yeah. I was with my ex for like 15 years, and that was enough. But I mean, I dated someone after that, but I'm not marriage. No. That piece of paper makes it a little complicated when I'm ready to go.
I
If
was
I ever get
actually
ready to go.
I was actually engaged after my divorce, believe it or not. And that was a mistake too, because when you're on the rebound, you ignore a lot of red flags, right?
I guess I'm different than most people. I like to walk alone. I have no desire to be in a relationship. And I haven't in probably since I was 17. I always knew I didn't want that. But society said I did and I should. So I did it. And then I realized, man, they were wrong. About me anyway. About me. Because I'm not I understand I'm not like most people, but I like being alone. I don't want to be your saving grace. I'm cool to hang out and have a good time and all that good stuff, but we probably need to keep separate houses. Now I get why my grandparents had separate bedrooms. I'm like, no, get it out of here, man. I'm not sharing my remote or my air or my comfort. Just get away from me.
All right, let's look at Abby's picture. So that is the trees that are about ground level with the railroad tracks. So that to me looks like it's south looking north. So like
Okay.
Libby went across the tracks, and then she looked backwards and said, Abby, come follow
Yeah.
me. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think she turned around and she saw Bridge Guy coming in from the south. That's what I think.
That very well could be that has to be the case because you look at this picture, there's nobody behind Abby
No.
because you can see for a long time and there's nobody back there. So he has to be on the other side.
Yeah.
Like you just said. So that means he already went all the way down the bridge to the south end and was turning around, heading back as they were coming towards.
Yes, right. He was supposedly sitting on the bridge looking at stock quotes and watching fishes.
And watching the fish.
Which may be the case. Like
But Betsy Blair encountered young bridge guy on platform 1, which would be on the north end.
Really?
Yes. Platform 1 is where Betsy Blair was standing and within feet of young bridge guy 2, sketch 2.
So there's multiple timelines. And
now you got one person, you got one bad guy on each end of the bridge now.
Right. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And then if that's the case, they're stuck in the middle and they got to do whatever they're told, especially if they're wielding a weapon or do this or we're going to hurt you.
Right. Right.
Mm.
So
But
crazy.
then I have to wonder, did someone know they were going to be out there? I mean, we know that crimes of opportunity exist, but that was too perfect, right? I mean, if you're going to position someone on each end, I mean, you got lucky and it was a crime of opportunity and your desire to kill was with you and there's two girls, boom, here's my chance. I don't buy that right there with this at all.
Right. So let's go over a little bit more of Trooper Cecil's testimony. So cross-examination of First Sergeant Christopher Cecil. Yes, the Liberty German tilde 38A. Yes, ma'am. Tilde, thank you. What did you note there? It's a picture of the Monon High Bridge, and it's a picture that was uploaded to Snapchat, and the picture is just like somebody would be standing like in front, like you're getting ready to walk across it. I think that's probably the picture we just looked at of Liberty, I think. I'm going to show you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit SSS. Okay, is that the photo you're referring to? It's not the exact one because this has got it's got that written up there. Okay, right. All right. Is there a phone or a picture that you have learned that you could not find on LG's phone? Yes. What was that? There was a picture of Abby walking across the bridge, and it's kind of taken off at an angle. That is definitely the picture we just saw. And that was posted on her Snapchat. So my understanding from social media is that's what it was. And I was asked to try to see if I could find that by investigators. And you couldn't find it. I could not find it. So he couldn't extract that picture from her phone. That's kind of important, but since we all have it, it's not that important. Now,
Yeah, well, then, okay, so taking that into account, that's why some of the rumor mill is that was a fabricated picture. Well, who the hell would fabricate that picture and why?
oh my
That's
goodness.
taking it to the next, that's going next level, right? Based on, and that's got to be coming off based off this kind of stuff. So why couldn't, I mean, with today's technology, they should be able to find that picture on this, why, I guess back then you couldn't because Snapchat makes things disappear. Is that what they're saying? I don't understand why they couldn't find it on her phone.
Yeah, that is very mysterious. Very mysterious. But I don't believe for a second that it was fabricated.
No, me either. But even if Snapchats disappear, your phone still took that picture, so it would still be on your camera roll.
Should be, yes. And that's
Yeah, I don't believe
honestly,
it was fabricated either. I mean, that's just going next level, and I'm not going
but
there.
honestly, that's why his new extractions are all that much important because
Yeah,
maybe new technology will be able to find that. Maybe not. We'll see.
yeah,
Or maybe
it's
we
true.
won't see because they keep everything a secret in this case. They keep it all hidden.
Delphi in the dark
Uh,
is a scary place to be.
all right. Page 15, line 18. That was a picture of Abby walking across the bridge. It's kind of taken off like an angle, and that was posted on Snapchat. So my understanding, so this is Trooper Cecil, my understanding from social media is that's what it was, and I was asked to try to see if I could find it, and you couldn't find it. I could not find it. Now, if we go back to page 10, the last line of your report, yes, what do you say? So in the last line, on February 13th of 2017 at 22, this is huge. This is huge. At 22:32:26, I wrote, last recorded data received by iPhone. The iPhone battery was likely depleted.
Whoa.
That's at 10:30 on the 13th. That's like 12, 14 hours before the girls were discovered. And that's, let me do the math, 6 hours. almost exactly 6 hours before the last text messages were sent to Libby's phone.
This is crazy.
Do you believe this? This is nuts. So I'm going to read that again, line 3. So on the last line, on February 13th of 2017, at 22:32:26, that's 10:32 p.m., I wrote, last recorded data received by iPhone, the iPhone battery was likely depleted. That we haven't heard anything about this. We have heard nothing about a 10:30 battery depletion by anybody.
No,
Nobody has said anything about this. This is huge.
it is big.
Okay. So if the
I think
battery is depleted at 10:30 p.m. on February 13th, how is that phone receiving messages at 4:33 a.m. the next morning? How is that phone receiving messages at 4:33 a.m. the next morning if the battery is depleted?
okay, so if someone charged the phone, like we were
Right,
talking about earlier,
exactly.
the
Yeah.
phone data, the new extractions would be able to show that phone was plugged in to charge up.
Right.
Like,
And that's the only
so
way.
me and my kids, I've had my kid's 17, but since he was 8 and got his first cell phone because we didn't have landlines anymore, and he was home like an hour after school by himself. So his dad and I got my phone. Well, I've always had Life 360 on it. And he's so bad about not wanting to charge his phone when he's not home. But that app, I can go on to see where he's at, and I can see how much battery's left on his phone. Usually it's 10%. And I can hit a button, and he'll get a message that says, charge your phone. I'm like, Mom, when are you going to stop tracking me? I'm like, never, but that's today's technology. But he's 17 now. But since he was 8, we've had that app. And it has always been damn near 100% accurate about his location. As far as being at his dad's, being at my house, being at his friend's house, being over at the concert or wherever he was going, it was always very, very accurate. But so I know that when these phones are unplugged and plugged in, they can absolutely read that once they do your extraction. So these new extractions should be able to tell if that phone literally died and if it was charged back up again. Because you're right. If it goes off at 10:30 because of a battery depletion, how the hell is it coming back on at 4:30? It's not going to do that.
It's definitely not lasting for 6 hours more. Like
No.
if your phone gives you a battery depletion error message, it is not lasting for 6 hours. There's no
I mean, even
freaking
if you
way.
put it on battery saver, right? I mean,
Yeah,
because my phone, I
no.
don't even know if they had battery saver back then.
Nope. It's not lasting for 6 hours more. That's
No.
ridiculous. That's a ridiculous postulation. That's a ridiculous theory. And I can't believe the defense hasn't attacked this timeline more. And maybe they will at trial. I hope they do at trial.
I think they're going to, because they're going to bring in they're going to bring in a lot of this cell phone stuff, especially if there's discrepancies with Libby's phone, that you have to bring it in. I'm bringing it in. If I'm the defense attorney and I'm seeing all this, I'm coming in hard with this evidence, to attack the timeline and the theory that they've put, and their theory they've put forth on what happened.
I'm all about it. I'm like, how do you explain this? How do you explain the battery was likely depleted at 10:30 p.m. and yet the phone still received 17 or 16 or 15 or whatever they agreed to? I think they agreed to 15 text messages at 4:33 a.m. the next morning. How do you explain that?
Exactly.
You don't.
You don't. You can't. That phone's not going to magically charge up because of the energy from the body that was left on top of it. Come on, we're not damn ridiculous. It's not going to come back on at 4:30 by some miracle. This is not, especially if it was already dead. Not without being charged first. So then you have to wonder, okay, say Richard Allen was there. And he is the guy on the video. And he was part of this. Was he set up to take the fall all alone? And maybe that phone was left on purpose because they knew there was a video with just that one person in the video. But then how are you going to guarantee keeping Richard Allen's mouth shut? Oh, I know. Put him in prison with Odinist guards. That'll keep him quiet. I don't know. I got many different theories at this point. I could go on.
Did he magically kill 2 teenage girls aged 13 and 14 by himself with no help and take their phone and go recharge it and bring it back and put it under their bodies before they were found?
Right.
That is the most ridiculous theory I have ever heard in my life. I'm sorry, but that's just, God dang. How do we deal with it? How do we deal with this evidence? How do we
The only way they're going to be able to do it is, by putting the witness, the expert, quote unquote experts on the stand. And it's a matter of which one are you going to believe? Who's the most convincing? And a lot of times that comes down to how good that attorney is with their line of questioning.
Yep.
Because when they brought the experts in on the Casey Anthony case, that her defense was able to attack them and he attacked it very well. I hate to say that because I know people get very emotional about that case. And people gotten really mad at me about that case. But if you put your damn feelings aside for a minute and you watch that trial, you see how effective her defense attorney really was. And I accepted it mid-trial. She was going to walk. And I knew it in my gut because I've watched how the prosecutors literally sucked at their job. And I will blame them every single day. They didn't bring their A game. They didn't bring enough good material. They brought in junk science. And Casey Anthony's defense was able to attack and destroy every damn bit of it.
Right.
I didn't want it to be that way, but it was.
Right. So we have to wonder if Rosie and Baldwin are going to be able to do that here, because
I think so.
But the cards are stacked against them. I mean,
They are.
The judge has sided with the state almost every step of the way. Every step of the way. So Rosie and Baldwin have their work cut out for them. They do.
They really do. And the fact that they, the Supreme Court wouldn't recuse her and she wouldn't recuse herself, but she just doubled down on everything instead.
Yeah.
Well,
at least the Supreme Court reinstated Rosie and Baldwin. I mean, that was one small victory in all this, because I think Rosie and Baldwin are much more capable of representing Richard Allen than the secondary defense was. But the secondary defense was scared for their lives. The secondary defense are the ones who pointed out the Odinism angle to this.
Yeah, and Labredo even says he thinks those girls were sacrificed and killed. And it was very real and very scary.
Yep.
And he saw nothing in what he saw that tied Richard Allen to this crime scene.
Yep.
It's like, did y'all need to convict somebody so bad that you just gonna railroad this guy? Because that's not doing those girls any justice. I don't care who the real killer is. I want them found and I want them prosecuted, because it damn well matters for Abby and Libby. And they are at the heart and soul of this investigation. They cannot be forgotten and they should not be forgotten. But if you're willing to send the wrong guy down the road just to say you got closure, that's not good enough. That doesn't do them any justice, because that means the actual person, people, whatever, are still out there running around doing them all day long.
Yep.
Free as a bird. And that's not cool.
Nope. No, 100%.
Now, if they can walk in that courtroom and without a doubt show you proof Richard Allen was there, or we got his DNA, or we got hair strands, or we got this and we got that, then it's a different ball game. But Right now, I'm not seeing that.
No, nobody's seen it because the probable cause affidavit doesn't reflect that at all.
No, it just reflects he was there, said he was there, and we got this gun and this bullet, and we think it's his.
Right. Tool mark evidence.
And you that alone can be attacked several different ways from what I have seen.
Yes, and it will be like the Supreme Court of the state of Maryland overturned an appeals verdict on tool mark evidence. So that's something the defense has, but we don't know. And it's the ultimate injustice is the fact that it's so obscured, that the court is hiding so many things and won't share so many things, won't even share this with the public. This isn't even a public trial.
No, it's not. And by under our Constitution, it should be. We have the right to see all. It's like checks and balances. You know what I mean? You learn that in school. Checks and balances are absolutely necessary, and we don't have it in this case. And you would, if their case is really that strong, okay, like then say something more. Then instead of just denying the defense their right to come in and argue their whatever they want to argue, because you should be confident in what you have as prosecutors.
Right.
You should be extremely confident in your case and your evidence, and you could be like, okay, whatever. You know, I would be if I was a prosecutor. I'd like, whatever. Well, let me just give them a little bit of something in one of my filings, you know, because defense attorneys are great about doing that. They're great about putting little things into these filings, especially sealed cases, where you can see some of the things. Like Ann Taylor does it in Idaho, and we learn more about that case through her own filings because it's all under seal. But she don't mind putting little bits out there enough to cause doubt, you know what I mean, for her client being involved, that type of thing. But we're just not seeing any of that over here or anything, you know. It's crazy.
No, it's all done. It's all done behind closed doors and in the dark. It's ridiculous. All right, let's keep going down this. I really want to drill down into Cecil's testimony. So on the last line, February 13, 2017, at 10:32:26, he wrote last recorded data received by iPhone. So he received data on the iPhone from Liberty at 10:32:26 p.m. on February 13th. That's insane because none of that shows up in the court records. But anyway, and was that the last data you received? And I'm looking at the data for that day, and this, as I testified in my deposition, this was a mistake. I made a mistake. I didn't calculate other things. I wasn't looking for February 14th, i.e. the next day. Okay, but even if we don't look, you're saying now today, when you said May 15th, that's obviously supposed to be February 15th, is that you don't believe the phone's battery is likely depleted? Right, okay. But did you also make a mistake when you said last recorded data received by iPhone? Yes, I did. So he made a mistake. Okay.
Okay. I already got a problem with him right there. You making too many mistakes.
He's making so many mistakes.
You're an expert, and you didn't do what? You didn't look that you did. Golly.
He's making so many mistakes. And Ajay is actually, I think she's, while I'm watching this live in the courtroom, I think she's doing a pretty good balance of challenging him without like making it too obvious that,
right,
like, dude, you're making so many mistakes here. So
she's going to let him hang himself, it sounds like.
Right, exactly. Yes.
Right.
Exactly. Yes. Okay. But did you also make a mistake when you said last recorded data received by iPhone? Yes, I did. Okay. When you said that, what data were you referring to? And he says, if you look on the next page right here where I talk about it, says after the phone, it stopped recording. Excuse me. It continued to function, meaning it's still powered on. I found no evidence the user physically interacted with the phone. The phone continued to receive iMessages, SMS messages, FaceTime calls, mobile calls, and other similar communication. In addition, several applications updated in the background. The activity continued until the phone battery was depleted. That's what I put in there, and that's what I was referring to. So the phone was still connected to cellular data. What a lot of people have speculated at this point is that, oh, they put it in the shoe so it wouldn't connect to cellular data. But we have evidence right here that the phone was still connected to cellular data.
Yeah, I don't think putting it inside of a shoe or under something's going to really obscure it
Right.
being able to connect to something.
Right. There are theories that, oh my gosh, it was foggy that night, so the fog obscured
Oh, good
the
Lord. Yeah.
cellular connection. Yeah.
Uh-uh.
All right. Next
Now,
page.
when you have a lot of apps, I don't know how many apps she had on her phone back then, but if they're running in the background, a lot of the, like YouTube, for instance, bad on your battery. You know what I mean? Things like that with
Yeah.
background apps running.
Absolutely. Yeah. So they will update without you even knowing they're updating. All right.
They will.
Hey,
It depends on your settings. Like
right.
mine used to be turned on to update automatically, and it usually is on the Wi-Fi. I turned all that off a long time ago. Well, now I have to go in and tell it to update if I wanted to. Because there's some apps I don't care if they get updated or not, and then there's some that I'll update when I feel like it. Just don't tell you. I don't like being told what to do, especially with my phone. I do it when I want to. But yeah, you can. They'll update automatically. Depending on your settings. There's probably a lot they can tell now that I think about it with the newer extractions as to what that phone was and was not doing.
Right. And we're still waiting on that. That was supposed to be turned into the defense by August 10th or August 11th.
And so, right, by Cecil, right? And he is, so he is a prosecution witness, correct?
Yes. He is a witness for the state. Yes.
And he's already admitting he's made mistakes.
Yes.
Multiple
mistakes.
Yeah.
Okay. So page 17, line 1. Okay. Were you referring to a particular piece of data that you believe the phone received at 10:32:26? I don't remember. I don't know. Would you agree with me that an iPhone receives data in different ways and messages in different ways? That's very broad. We're going to have to narrow it down. Okay, well, so if an iPhone receives an SMS message, right, there's a short message service. Do you agree? Yes. So that's SMS, short message service. Okay, and that's transmitted by a cell tower. Is that right? This is actually a really interesting dialogue because as we saw from the 5th District Circuit Court of Appeals on geofencing warrants, this, like, what law enforcement can extract from cell towers is going to be limited in the future if the Supreme Court agrees with 5th Circuit Court of Appeals. So we'll see, but this is relevant right here. Okay, that's transmitted by cell tower. Is that right? I don't know a lot about cell towers. How is that coming there? Okay, because it could be. You testified to that in your deposition. So it could come from a cell tower, line 16. It could come from Wi-Fi. There are other things it could come from. Okay. How does an iMessage get to a phone? Line 19, it could come over the cellular net, I assume, or it could come from the internet. So if you're connected to Wi-Fi If you don't have cell phone service or if you're on Wi-Fi, you can get an iMessage. Okay. Is it your belief that Liberty's phone was connected to Wi-Fi between 5:44 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th? No. So
I
Liberty's
was about
phone,
to say, how's it going to connect to Wi-Fi if it's out in the woods?
right? Exactly. And honestly, I think when it when it registered initially off of the Delphi High School Wi-Fi, I honestly think it did register off of Wi-Fi, but that was early on. That was like 2:30
Yeah,
or 3:30 p.m. on the 13th.
yeah, because you got to be close. I mean, fairly close to shake for
Well,
your device to shake hands with a Wi-Fi connection.
you should be, yes. You should be really close, but I honestly think it was like a weird anomaly that her phone registered with the high
Yeah,
school Wi-Fi because she went there every day. That was her high school. Delphi High School was her high school, and she logged in every day. And so
yeah.
her phone may have done this weird 1.5 mile connection. Maybe, maybe not. That's just my
I mean,
theory.
and it could have been like you said with the elevation. Was it which end of the bridge was she on? Was she on the north end when that happened? Early, very early when she got dropped off. You know, and then as she moved further away, that connection was lost. And if you end up back there where they were found, they're not gonna. Even if Ron Logan had Wi-Fi, I don't think that girl's phone. I don't think that phone would have been able to shake hands with his Wi-Fi because of
Right.
the trees and the terrain and that kind of thing.
Yep.
Like when I went to the store one day. Like the store's right down the street, but I had a rental car, so I didn't take my regular keys with me, and my door key was on those keys. So, and I left my phone. My phone was in the house, so I ran down to the store. I came back. I'd never leave my phone. When I pulled in the yard, I was like, "Oh shoot, I'm locked out of the house." And I realized the car because I'd had my phone in the car, and had it connected to the car, right, Bluetooth through the car. So when I pulled back in the yard, that car connected to my Wi-Fi, which connected to my phone, and I was able to call my son from the car. And I said, "Hey, where are you at?" He's like, "I'm on my way home." "Why? What's up?" I was like, "I locked myself out of the house." He's like, "Well, how are you?" I was like, "But my phone's in the house too." He's like, "Well, how are you calling me?" I was like, "From the car," because I'd already connected into everything with the car. When I pulled back in the yard, it automatically connected. I was able to act. I don't know my son's number by heart. I don't know anybody's number by heart, but I was able to access my phone, pull him up, and call him. And I didn't know that was possible to do all that. You know what I mean? I was like, well, damn,
Right.
that saved me that day, but that's kind of
And then
weird. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
and in 2017, it probably was a little less possible to do something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So let's keep going through the document. Okay. Let's go back to line 16. So it could come from a cell tower. It could come from Wi-Fi. There's other things it could come from. Does an iMessage get to a phone? Answer, it could come from over the cellular or it could come from the internet. And so you're basically, if you're connected to Wi-Fi, here's the key, and this probably goes back to your story about your car by your house. If you don't have cell phone service or if you're on Wi-Fi, you can get an iMessage. Okay, is it your belief that Libby's phone was connected to Wi-Fi between 5:44 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, or February 14th? No. If it's not connected to Wi-Fi, the only way it can receive an SMS message is through a cell tower, correct? Yes. Okay, and do you agree with me if Libby's phone receives 0 SMS messages between 4:06 p.m. on February 13th and 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017. I would have to look at that. I can't. Okay. We talked about that in your deposition. Right. But do you recall that? I vaguely recall it. Okay. What do you need to look at? I can pull up my computer. Okay. Look, if the judge is okay, Judge Cole says yes.
I was
Okay.
about to say, we weren't supposed to do that, are we? No laptops allowed.
Nope. They allowed his laptop in this, and it took like 10 minutes for him to pull it up.
Wow.
It was a long 10 minutes for all of us waiting in the court. It may
I'm
take
glad you brought this up to go over this. We hadn't had a chance to really go over this yet. So, and I knew you had the testimony and the transcripts, but I'm glad we were doing this finally.
Yeah, me too. Like Trooper Cecil's testimony is huge to me personally because of all of the effects. Anyway, line 16. It may take a bit. It did take a bit for me to pull up the report. Sergeant Cecil, do you have the copies of your report? Do you want your RRRR back?
Pirate.
Yes, well, we're waiting on you. This testimony is rated R.
Damn it.
Your Honor, I'd go ahead and admit defendants Exhibit R.
Which is a 2019 report. See, this happened in 2017. So we knew that 2 years later they did more extractions, and now they're even trying to do more.
Yes, exactly. And that was a point of contention between the defense and the state that day. So everybody goes to lunch after this testimony right here. Or maybe it was before it. I can't remember if it was before or after it. But either way, the defense says, you provided us with your new extraction report and we can't use it. And Trooper Cecil said, you're not supposed to just stick it in a spreadsheet. You can't just stick it in a spreadsheet and try and use it. So there was a miscommunication between the state and Trooper Cecil and the defense. And he was supposed to come up with a new report that the defense could use within 10 days. And maybe he has, but nobody has seen it because of all of the hidden things behind this whole thing.
On all the other high-profile cases and trials that I follow, the FBI and Secret Service do a lot of phone work. In Chad Daybell, we had the testimony from the FBI cast agent, the same one, Nick Balance, that was brought up in the Idaho 4 case that will be testifying when the time comes up for that. There's no FBI involvement here on this phone data. This is a state trooper. In Florida, we call them state troopers. Okay, then we got our county, we got our sheriff's departments, and there's city police departments. There's FDLE is our version of this, like y'all's state police, ISP or whatever. But it's FDLE here. They do a lot of this stuff. This is the state's guy. How well trained is he on extracting cell phone data? Is he a cell phone expert like Nick Balance with the FBI? Part of the cast team and all the training he went through? What's the training for Cecil? Where's his back? Is he just like I don't know. I don't get it. I get he works for the state, but what's his training?
That's how the state is presenting him, is as the cell phone data extraction expert. So,
okay.
So the defense is going to have to come up with their own expert, and that's somebody that we have not seen yet.
Oh,
So-
Ray might be available.
I'm sure there's lots of people available for this, but we need to see as third party objective observers, we
Yes.
need to see the defense come up with a robust defense of the cell phone data. And
Yeah.
the fact that Cecil presented something that wasn't usable to the defense, it's concerning to me, and it should be concerning to the defense, but it's up to them. It's up to the defense. It's up to Rosie and Baldwin to come up with that expert.
Well, yeah, even reading this testimony, I can't take everything this guy is telling me to heart like it's accurate, because it feels like he doesn't know. He's unsure, you know. I know they're not going to be able to ever be 1,000% sure of anything, but it just, I don't know. There's some fishy stuff going on with this phone,
Right.
in my opinion.
Yep. Let's read through some more of this testimony, because I think we'll see some more fishy stuff coming up. Let's go back to page 18, line 23. Ms. Auger, Your Honor, I'd go ahead and admit defendant's exhibit RRR, which is his 2019 report. The court, any objection? McClelland, no, Your Honor. All right. Without objection, R is admitted. Miss Auger, thank you. Okay, ma'am. I have my computer up right now. So this is after like 10 minutes of him screwing around with his computer. Can you tell me how many SMS messages did the phone receive between 4:06 p.m. on the 13th? So the last we heard from the state was something like 2:20 something on the 13th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is 4:06? So between 4:06 p.m. on the 13th and 4:33 on February 14th. So there's more than 12 hours that the defense is asking about now. And Cecil says, so 4:33 and 4, I'm sorry? Attorney James Luttrell. So I think he's a state attorney. What was the first time? 4:06 p.m. 4:06 on the 13th. And 4:33? You said 4:06 to 4:33. Yes. So there's nothing at 4:06. But at 4:33:31, from what Magnet is showing, there is a SMS message or 9 messages as it's referring to. And then there is, it's the same one. There's 2 of the same ones. There's another one, 4:33:36, 4:33:37, 38, 39, 40. There's multiple SMS messages at 4:33, but at different seconds throughout, Sure. So what are you asking? There's 15 of them, aren't there? Isn't there? She said isn't there. I'm going to challenge her on her grammar. Some of these may be duplicate because it's showing. I'll show it up as a iMessage. It may also show up as an SMS. So it may be the same person. Okay. There's messages on your report that are marked SMS. So how many of them are at 4:33? So AM, 4:33 AM on February 14th, 2017. Are you counting the duplicates? Are there notes that show up as SMS? So they go back and forth for a while on this. I remember that.
He says you're confusing me, ma'am.
Yes. And honestly, everybody in the court were confused too. Auger was like trying to arrive at a point, and she wasn't doing a fantastic job of making it.
Oh, gosh.
We'll go down to line 17. I mean, I can look at it, but I'm just saying I'm not familiar. I won't be familiar. Nick McClelland, judge, if it helps the state, is willing to concede that there were messages that came in at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th. And the court could consider that if that helps move things along. I'm satisfied with that, Judge. I don't know what the specific number matters, but the state's willing to agree that messages came in at 4:33. Auger, I think the number's important. Judge says,
Well,
okay.
the state has to be willing to concede it, Nick, if that's what would happen. Jesus. So the state's admitting that yes, at 4:33 there were messages coming into that phone.
All right, and there were many, like it was more than a dozen. But
Oh yeah,
I think Auger gets hung up in the exact number, and that's where we kind of get sideways, and that's where they kind of bickered back and forth for a couple of minutes, and then line 5. I'm looking at this with Magnet, and there's one call that Magnet has not parsed. I'm not looking at it with Celebrite. So Magnet and Celebrite have two different results. And Celebrite says there was one additional one, and Magnet says there wasn't one additional one. So go down to line 10. It's number 3 when it says, I think it's Becky Patty Marchant. Do you know that name, Salty?
no, I don't know why it would say Becky Patty. Well, Becky Patty's Libby's grandmother, but
Is it?
Merchant. Yeah, Becky Patty is Mike and Becky are Libby's grandparents, but they raised her. They were raising her and Kelsey. So Becky is the grandmother of Libby and Kelsey German. Mike is their step grandfather. That's her husband. They're the children of Derek, which is Becky's son. But Becky had been raising the girls for several years.
Wow. Okay. Well, that makes sense, right? That
Yeah.
one of the girls' phones would be receiving messages. So going down to line 11, for some reason that entry is not here. So that entry was in Celebrate, but it wasn't in Magnet. So that's the point of contention right now. So we'll get down to line 16. And does that perhaps, so if we look at Defendant's Exhibit TTT, that shows 15 SMS messages, but you're saying you think number 3 didn't go through. So that Becky Patty Merchant text didn't go through according to Cecil's Magnet extraction. So there's one text that's different between the Magnet extraction and the Celebrite extraction. And that is the point of contention between Auger and Cecil at this point.
15, 16, what does it matter? You know,
Right.
I mean,
And
what matters to me is that phone was allegedly off all night and then boom, back on at 4:30. Explain that, somebody.
Right. And we'll get there. We're almost going to get there. So we'll go down to line 21. So what I'm saying is Celebrate may have parsed it because, again, you're going off something I didn't do, but actually when I'm looking at it. So Trooper Cecil says, I didn't do the Celebrate extraction, and you're presenting a Celebrate extraction to me, so I can't defend it because he didn't do it. And that's kind of true, but on the other hand, it's kind of a bullshit excuse.
Yeah.
Anyway, go down to 25. How about this? Can we agree for Sergeant Cecil that Liberty's phone received at least 14 SMS messages at 4:33 in the morning on February 14th? Yes. Boom. Her phone.
Explain that, right?
14 SMS messages at 4:33 a.m. on February 14th, 2017. Explain that. Okay, and are those?
It makes no sense that those messages didn't, if the phone was left on the entire time. they would have been received by that phone a lot sooner than 4:30 in the morning.
Right. No, we saw testimony that that phone would have run out of battery by then.
Yeah. And people can't say, oh, well, because of where it was found, that's why it wasn't receiving signal. Well, bullshit, because at 4:33 it received signal
Right.
and it was under the body in a shoe at that point too, that we know of. So
In the ravine along the Deer Creek. So how do you receive 14 messages at 4:30 in the morning on February 14th along the Deer Creek when you didn't receive it for the 12 hours before that? Anyway.
right.
Okay. Line 3. Yes. Okay. Do you agree that all of the 4:33 a.m. SMS messages at the top of the page, line number 3, what are you asking when I say agree? Do you agree that Liberty's phone received all of the text messages that this document shows? Yes. Number 3 I have to do more analysis. So he's just saying that there was a message that shows up on one of the extractions that doesn't show up on Celebrate. So that's fine. Whatever. Just one of 14, one of 15, whatever.
Yeah.
Line 13, from what magnet is showing here is that on February 13th at 10:48:22 p.m. was the last SMS message. 10:48:22. We don't see that in 99% of discussions about this case. There was a message to Libby's phone at 10:48 p.m. on February 13th. We don't see that.
So was that the last time that phone received any information until 4:33?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So line 15, would you agree with me that the defendant's exhibit TTT does not show that message? It's only one page. So, I mean, would you agree with me, sir, that those are in chronological order? They're in reversed chronological order. Okay. All right. If you look at TTT, what is the time of the last SMS message to that phone? Here it shows it's 4. It actually shows it's February 13th at 4:47:33 p.m. Where have we seen that before? Has anybody seen 4:47:33 p.m.?
No.
I haven't seen that anywhere. So we have two SMS messages, one at 10:48 p.m. and one at 4:47 p.m. that 99% of the Delphi true crime experts are not showing in their timeline. How is that? Like, how do we explain that? How do we explain 4:47 p.m.? How do we explain 10:48 p.m.? I don't know how to explain it. Can you explain it?
Yeah. No, it's baffling. I mean, this phone is crazy. Or Cecil's crazy. I'm not sure which one.
he might be. He's supposed
He
to.
appears to be confused.
Yes, he's supposed to come up with a new extraction and share it with everybody, but he hasn't shared it with us. So let's go through the last.
I wonder if the
this.
defense has gotten a copy of that yet, if he's completed his latest extraction experiment.
It was supposed to be done 2 months ago, literally, like August 10th. It was supposed to be done by August 10th or 11th.
So then I wonder if did he do it, and then the defense received it in their discovery, and they're like, "Oh well, this isn't going to help us." But I don't see that as being the case. Because were the new extractions able to explain why that phone mysteriously came back on at 4:33, or began receiving messages again at that time after not receiving them past 10:48 p.m.?
Right.
Explain to me why.
Or even received a message at 10:48 p.m. That's
Yeah,
not in any of the documents. Nobody talks about receiving a message at 10:48 p.m. That's nuts. That's
not that
crazy.
I recall seeing anywhere yet either. I mean, there's some documents I know that I haven't read, but nothing that pertains to like cell phone stuff, Um, because there was for a minute there, like there'd be like days and days of boom, boom, boom drops, and then nothing. But so I've read a bunch and not read some, but yeah, I don't recall seeing that anywhere yet.
No. Nope. So let me read through the last of this cross-examination of Cecil. Miss Auger gave me an offer of proof or show. Wow, that's really awkwardly worded. Miss Auger give me an offer of proof or show me how this is relevant to whether or not a third party can be talked about at trial. The state called him just to establish the time of the video to cover the alibi of Mr. Holder. Oh, goodness.
Mm.
We're talking about Brad Holder now. Okay, let's
So,
go back to the beginning. Now that we
yeah,
know we're talking about Brad Holder,
yeah.
Ms. Auger, give me an offer of proof or show me how this is relevant to whether or not a third party can be talked about at trial. The state called him just to establish the time of the video to cover the alibi of Mr. Holder and the other people that they want to name as third party. When you receive a text message, I guess I don't see the relevance, Judge. Hold on.
So the state called him just to establish the time of the video, this Libby's video bridge guy, to cover the alibi of Mr. Holder. Would that be the time he claimed he was at work versus the time the video was being recorded? Is that what they mean?
Right. This is crazy.
Your Honor, the relevance is, oh, hold on. And I think that Mr. First Sergeant is going to be there. It's in his deposition. They're kind of weird if we need it. An SMS message is timestamped as of the time it's received by the phone and an iMessage. See, I don't have an iPhone, so I don't get this iMessage stuff. A chat is timestamped as of the time it's sent by the other phone. And so the relevance is, even though people were sending LG text and SMS messages, she did not receive those until 4:33 in the morning, meaning her phone is not connected to a tower between 5:44 and 4 on the 13th. And then it suddenly connected at 4:33. What's this got to do with Holder, though? I would agree with that, Mrs. Auger. And so the relevance is, okay, I would agree with that. Yes. Okay, thank you. And so the relevance is something changed at 4:33 in the morning to make that cell phone. And the court, well, why don't you get to that specific point then? Mrs. Auger says, well, I'm sorry. And the court, you're dancing around the field here because I'm wondering as well, what does this have to do with third-party perpetrators? And you are alleging. And then she says, okay, well, earlier, I believe it was Jerry Holman testified that they have no evidence that Mr. Allen went back to the crime scene after maybe 3:30, and some that the phone It was under LG shoe, under LG shoe, under AW's body, according to the state. Didn't move after 3:30. The court, okay. Ms. Auger, okay. And your point is that something changed at 4:33 in the morning and it's suddenly connected to the tower. In the court, and the witness can answer that for you. Auger says he just did. Court said, okay, then move on. Auger says, thank you. First Sergeant Cecil, in 2019, when you first conducted your exam of the phone, what did you know about the crime? He replies, I knew 2 girls from Delphi had went out on the trail, went for a walk, and there was a video, apparently she was recorded, of what was believed to be the last person that saw them. And then eventually, later on, they were found murdered. What I want to know is what I know about it was from what I read on the news, because I was never given access to the report, never read the police report. Question, did you have an understanding of the relevant time frame that you were anything that would help identify like why they were out there on the trail and if they were meeting someone, anything like that? Question, so it is then fair to say that you were only looking at data prior to 214 on the 13th. Answer, prior to 214, yes. Well, why would you look at only prior? Y'all got to look at the whole like picture. I don't get what they're doing here. Cross-exam of First Sergeant Cecil. Oh, we know that. Question, what is your, wish they would stop breaking up their sentences. Can you tell the court about Knowledge C, the database? So, Your Honor, Knowledge C is a data. McClellan says, Judge, I'm going to object again. I'm not sure what she can make an offer to prove. I don't see what the relevance is of talking about Knowledge C in terms of third-party perpetrators. Ajay says, Your Honor, we'll withdraw it. I think we have what we need. What is Knowledge C? I'm not familiar with what Knowledge C even is supposed to be.
Me either. I don't know.
Huh. The court says, okay. Auger says, I'll just let Mr. Baldwin make his argument and save the rest for trial. The court says, okay. Auger replies, thank you. The court, any redirect, Mr. McClelland? McClelland, no, Your Honor, thank you. The court, thank you, First Sergeant. You may step down. This concludes the testimony of First Sergeant Christopher Cecil, given at the hearing on the motion in limine. Wow. That's a lot of information in that document right there, in that testimony.
It is. There's a lot.
You have to share that with me. I might want to use some of that in some videos. I need to get my butt busy to edit, and I need to do that tomorrow. I can't go anywhere. I don't have a car, so I'll be home all day tomorrow. I've got nothing else to do but get my damn video finished. If I don't finish it, it's because I'm being lazy. Y'all need to hit me up and be like, get on it, girl. Get on it.
All right.
Man, that's a lot of crazy cell phone stuff, you know? I mean, I know they're going to get crazy in Idaho with that cell phone data over there, but this is with the technology out today. They should be able to pull so much information from that phone about what it was and was not doing.
And they didn't even really get into like geofencing, like they
No.
in this hearing at all.
Mm-mm. I mean, I have to wonder how relevant that geofencing really is. I understand they say there's 3 phones that they weren't aware of who they were or whatever, or I think they kind of alluded to they did belong to the alternate suspects, but if they did, you can't rule them out as suspects now. Except,
Right.
how can their phone be within the geofence warrant, but yet they were both not there? One
Right.
says I was at home with my kid, 7 minutes away. One, no, I was at work, but yet, sirs, your phones are showing that you're here. I'm assuming that that wasn't their phones actually that was there. It's like I refer back to the Idaho case when Ann stood there in court and said, "We got 3 unknown DNAs." Boy, everybody had a field day with that. It probably broke the internet. You know, what do you mean there's unknown DNAs? There's serial killers and all that stuff. But then Ann never brought it back up again. Is she saving that for court for reasonable doubt? She could be. But there's a lot going on with this phone and a lot of unexplained, like the rest of this case.
Yep.
And this is going to be some of your strongest evidence here, because what that phone was doing and not doing is absolutely relevant the entire time.
Yeah. And
Just
they're not going to allow it. I mean, they've already said they're not going to allow it.
they're not going to allow any of the cell phone data in as well.
That's what it looked like to me. I may be wrong, but that's what it looked like.
Well, then if that's the case, don't even bring up that she had a phone. You can't bring up your video either.
Right.
If I, as a defense, am not allowed to come in and say, I feel like this phone was moving and my expert can tell me this, or my expert says this phone was dead, and then it came back on, then you can't come in here and show your 43-second video that came from this phone that you're telling me is irrelevant.
Right. And
No.
Yep. Oh, goodness. It's so crazy. All right. We're coming up on 5 hours, which is absolutely nuts.
I know we've never been 5 hours. Look,
No, we're like only 4 minutes, 3 minutes now from 5 hours. So,
yeah. Well, it's been a
let's,
great live, and I appreciate you hosting for us and us going through this document, because we've been meaning to do it and we just haven't done it yet. So,
yep. I appreciate you totally coming on board and going through it with me.
and Butterfly, thank you, girl, for all you do and hanging in there with us.
Butterfly rocks. Butterfly
I
rocks.
know she does. She really does. I love her.
So, everybody, thanks for joining us. Have a good night.
Yes, we'll see you guys again soon. And like we all know now that it's, jury selection starts on Monday, and we'll see how things go with getting information out of all of this. And we'll try to get you the updates and come talk about it as often as we can, I'm sure.
100%. Thanks, Salty. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Good night, guys. Y'all have a good
Good
one.
night, everybody.